Cek, cek, cek. Cek. check, check. Alright, I will start for our symposium right now. Good morning, distinguished guests, speakers, and participants. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the organizing committee, welcome to the International Symposium of Porang and Konjac, ISPK 2024. With this year's theme, Frontiers in Porang and Konjac, Exploring Innovation and Discoveries, we are excited to delve the cutting-edge advancement and collaborative opportunities and in this fascinating field. The symposium is proudly hosted by the Porang Research Center, PRC, Universitas Brawijaya, and then we sincerely appreciate your participation, whether you are in on-site or join virtually. It is both a privilege and an honor to be MC for today's agenda. My name is Daniela Kafarudin, and I will get you to this morning agenda. Before we begin, let us take a moment to seek blessing for today's event. Please join me in prayer according to your belief. Thank you. Next, we will honor our nation by singing the Indonesian national anthem, Indonesia Raya. We kindly request everyone to stand.
Recording in progress.
Thank you. Please be seated. To officially begin this symposium, we are pleased to invite the chairman of the International Symposium of Porang and Konjac, ISPK 2024, Mrs. Mufidah Afianti, PhD, to deliver the welcome speech. Please welcome.
Dear distinguished guests, esteemed speakers, Professor Lin Johnson, Professor Shinichiro Kuroki, Professor Edi Santosa, Dr. Antario Dikin, and Ibu Ratih Pratiwi MSI, also honored delegates and also participants. Good morning, and a very warm welcome to International Conference on Porang and Konjac 2024. It is both a privilege and an honor to stand before such a distinguished group of individuals gathered here from various corners of the globe to share knowledge, exchange ideas, and explore the cutting-edge innovations in Porang and Konjac. Over the next day, we have an exciting lineup of keynote addresses featuring some of the leading experts in our field. Together, we will explore new trends, challenge conventional thinking, and discover innovative solutions that can have a profound impact on the progress and sustainability of Porang and Konjac. As we embark on this journey of learning and discovery, I encourage all of you to engage fully, ask questions, share your insights, and most importantly, connect with your fellow participants. This is a time not only to expand your knowledge, but also to build lasting relationships that will help shape the future of sustainable Porang and Konjac. Once again, thank you all for coming here. We are thrilled to have you all with us, both on-site and also both participants online. Let's make the most of this opportunity to learn, collaborate, and innovate together. Thank you very much, and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mrs. Mufidah Fianti, PhD, for the inspiring welcome. Now, it is my honor to invite the Chair of the Porang Research Center PRC Universitas Brawijaya, Professor Insinyur Simon Bambang Wijanarko, M. Applied Science, PhD, to deliver the opening remarks. Please welcome.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for distinguished speakers from Pingtung University and also distinguished speakers from Kobe University, Professor Shinichiro Kuroki and Professor Jensin Lin, and also I forget, and also speakers from government, who is Mr. Antarjo Dikin, PhD, and also Ibu Ratih Pratiwi, STP, MSc, and M Economic. This morning is very valuable and memorable events for us. This Symposium International is organized because it's primarily and one of our activities in Porang Research Center. Porang Research Centers was established 2011, and until now we have been supported by several funds from government and also from local governments. And this year, this is the third final grants from Indonesian government, and we have to organize a international symposium on Porang, which is yellow konjac, and also white konjac, which is Amorphophilus konjac. And our researchers organize several activities, including research and extensions, and also education to our society, especially Porang and Porang farmers. And it's very limited research so far conducted by researchers in Indonesia, especially in the higher education. Yeah. And we organize this in order to spread, and to ask for other researchers so that they can join and they can have latest information on Porang research, either organized by government or researchers from higher education, university, and also from other resources. And I know that your time is very, very valuable time, and I know you are very busy too. And I appreciate very much you can come to our country to share your experiences to us so that we can learn, and maybe in the future we can make research collaborations, especially international collaboration in the field of Porang and Konjac industry. And I think that is my speech to all of you, either on-site or offline. I hope this time will be enjoyable for you for all. Thank you very much, and please enjoy this time, and we're looking forward to meet you in the next event. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Insinyur Simon Bambang Wijanarko, M. Applied Science PhD, for officially opening this symposium and sharing such insightful work. Before we proceed, we would like to capture this moment with a group photo. We kindly invite to all speakers, committee, and then participants who are present on site to come forward to the photo session, especially in front of the stage. Yeah. Please, team, to help the participants and then the speakers, and then organize to take a picture together. All right. Maybe for the student participants, you can come to the stage. Yeah. For other participants. All right. For the team, please help me to pin for the online speakers. All right. I will count down 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. Okay, once again, 3, 2, 1. All right, thank you so much. Now, we move to the first plenary session To guide this session, I am pleased to introduce our moderator, Mr. Ahmad Zaki Mubarak, STP, MSE, PhD. Mr. Ahmad Zaki Mubarak, STP, MSE, PhD, got his bachelor degree from Universitas Gadjah Mada, and then for the master degree from IPB University, and then for doctoral degree from National Taipei University of Technology, Taiwan. And then also for the Mr. Ahmad Zaki Mubarak also has several publications related to bioactive compound and SRSA. And then for the Mr. Ahmad Zaki Mubarak, STP, MSc, PhD, please welcome. Please give applause. Tim, please help me to get the microphone. This one.
Okay, thank you for the introduction. Good morning, everyone. So here we have first presentation with the first speaker is Professor Jensen Lin. Okay, he is a professor in Department of Food Science and Department of Food Science, National Pingtung University of Science and Technology, Taiwan, and he is graduated from National Chongqing University, and then master degree in University of Missouri, Columbia, USA, and then doctoral degree in Pennsylvania State University, USA. His expertise in the food technology and then extraction technology and computer application in food science and technology. And then we also have a second speaker, Professor Shinichiro Kuroki. He is professor in Graduate School of Agricultural Science, Kobe University, Japan. He is graduated from Kyushu University, Japan, and then master degree in Kyushu University also, and then doctoral degree in the University of Tokyo, Japan. His expertise is in the post-harvest technology, and then near infrared and chemometrics. Okay. Please, Professor Jensen and Professor Kuroki, please go to the stage. Okay, on the first occasion, we will listen to a presentation from Professor Jensen. He will deliver a topic about application of porang, amorphophallus bloom in the production of extruded-based product. Professor Lin, I would like to remind you that you have 25 minutes. Okay, time is yours. Thank you.
Hello. Okay, thank you for the chair, and hello everyone, the distinguished guests, and a lot of the friends in Brawijaya University. Yeah, I'm very honored and happy to be back 2024, November. I was here 2 years ago, still the COVID affected. Yeah, so I'm very glad we don't need to wear the facial mask. Yeah. I'm going to talk about extrusion technology. We used that in the past almost 3 decades to start the research and teaching. So the topic, we're going to use the porang for the extruder-based product. Yeah, next please. My talk will, according to the outline, There are a few slides talking about the extrusion technology and a few slides talking about my research path in the past almost 30 years. And there's two cases happen in my lab. The student complete their study related to the Porang. They both came from the Brawijaya University, I think. Yeah. Next slide, please. Yeah, I hope you're familiar with the extrusion technology. My understanding, simply we use the extruder, a machine called extruder, to process materials such as the grain, cereals, and even the tubers, okay? And so it has many advantages such as the versatility, high productivity, low cost, and design product shape, and high productivity quality. Yeah, I just looking for, do we have a pointer or something that we can use? So, yes, yeah. So is this, I can control myself or, you know, like, let me see. I didn't practice this a little bit. Oh, this is for pointer? Okay, just for pointer, okay. Yeah, so extrusion technology here, I make example like extruder, just like cars, you know. There are many type of cars. So what does that mean? There are many types of extruder, smaller one and a very big one in industry used. Yeah, but in my lab, the extruder we have actually not very fancy one, but as a professor, as a researcher in a university, we try to do our best, try to use it, you know, the most that we can do. I will show you later. And so versatility, high productivity, low cost, and all these is because extruder is a continuous process. So the energy efficient, usually we're talking about when we process the starch-based material, we need to add at least double or the water with the starch. Yeah, so the less water, that will use less energy. Yeah, and new foods, because all of us know we have rice, we have wheat, we have sorghum, we have like porang. A lot of the cereal grains, they all can be processed by extrusion technology. Yeah, next please. So I need to, how to change it, or, okay. Yeah, so typically the extrusion food, like macaroni, probably you're familiar with the pasta made by the Italian people. And macaroni just one kind. And actually the macaroni, they made by the, we call it the pasta extruder. Yeah, and later on we will show you there are many, many type of the dies. Die is the end of the machine that can let the material come out with different shape. And also the snacks, breakfast cereals, and soft moist product, pet food and aquatic feed, and TBP. Okay, so all these can be produced by extrusion. Next, please. Okay, here shows the machine we have long time ago. So they're almost more than 20 years old. This is the cold extruder. We call it cold extruder because it's just for the puffing. It just, yeah, and the machine is pretty, we can say, not very high cost. So sometimes we call it a low cost extruder. And this is low shear cooking extruder. This one is bigger. We have it from other senior high school university, junior high school. Yeah, because the high school student, they don't want to use this very big machine, okay? So we use this, and this is the sketch plot showing the inside of the barrel. There's a screw inside, and also the configuration is a little bit small, but you still can see. So material will come into the barrel and then be pushing out by the rotation of the screw. And here is the end part of the barrel. that's where the product will come out and with different shape. It's because the die that we can change it, okay? Yeah, so typically these two extruder we use to start our study. Let's see, next slide, please. Okay, so our research path, we start earlier with the single screw extruder. Yeah, we process the cereals and grains such as rice, because most of us know rice is the most important crops in Asia. Okay, so we use it for puff snacks, or we use it for noodle-like material like vermicelli, yeah, and also like rice cake. Actually, the rice cake I said is the one in Japan. I don't know, Professor Shinichiro, you know that the rice cake is very famous. Yeah, so we try to use the extrusion to produce the rice cake, because the difference between the pasta extruder and the cooking extruder is heating or without heating. Yeah. And then, so we started with the starchy material, the cereal like rice or the wheat. And then we're moving on to TVP after about 10 years. And the difference, because the protein need higher pressure, need higher temperature. Extruder is a closed system. It's a closed system, and it's a continuous process. So material will keep going in and then keep coming out for a while. Depend on the design of the machine, and the residence time will be different. Yeah. And then we started with different extruder here. You can see that. And recently we got the laboratory scale twin screw extruder. Yeah, I'm so lucky. Before I'm going to retire, we have laboratory scale twin screw extruder. So we used it more. We will repeat the condition, what we did before. Yeah, so diverse study with different processing condition and the material. Yeah, and we're also looking for the functional property for starch. We talking about resistant starch, and Porang is one. And resistant starch is, generally speaking, is one kind of a dietary fiber similar to the Porang. Yeah. So we studied the resistant starch before, and then further we're talking about the glycemic index, the GI value. Yeah. Next, please. Next slide, please. Okay. So typically Chinese food here, the rice noodle, vermicelli, and this is actually the bitaiba. And guozai actually is this one. All these made of rice, and this is the puff rice. All these can be transformed into the extrusion technology. We did that in the past. Next slide, please. So here shows some previous study. Yeah, we started from 1997. After we have that extruder from other high school, and then we start from the performance of that extruder, how that can help us to build up the processing of the traditionally rice food. And then we move on to the other, like TVP in around 2000, I think. And also we studied how to control it. Yeah, and then we make the TVP, and we also have a vertical single screw extruder. Vertical single screw extruder. And then here we have one study in 2015 using the Konjac. We also have the Konjac rice. We studied that before, yeah, by the extruder, yeah. And actually, 2000, maybe 12 or 13, I went to Australia. I saw in the supermarket there's a package they call low GI rice. But actually, I didn't agree with that, because it said low GI rice, but it's not made of rice. It's made of konjac. So it's supposed to say konjac rice. I will agree with that. Next slide, please. Yeah. So this is vertical extrusion. We designed this ourselves. Actually, the barrel mounted in this interior frame and can convert it to this. So vertical extrusion sometimes will help us to avoid the strips of the noodle mess up together. And here shows a very small extruder in China. I think it got a lot of the die design. Yeah. But this one is really depends on your experience to operate it. Next slide, please. Okay, here's some photo shows the TVP we produced in the past. Actually, now it's 2024. 12 years ago, we already had that successful product made by our single cooking extruder. Yeah, most of the study right now made by the twin screw extruder. So 30 years ago, someone asked me about, can we process soybean into the TVP by single cooking extruder? Yes, at that time, I cannot tell them because I don't have that experience. But right now, I can tell them, yes, you can. And next slide, please. Okay, now I'm going to cover two cases done by my student. The first one is try to do the restructured rice with porang glucomannan and I think it's a brown rice, okay? And these have been published one journal in Brazil, I think, okay? Next slide, please. So we know porang's benefits. So we mix the porang with the brown rice and just by the process extrusion. So the extrusion has the benefits, advantage we talk about. It can come out with the shape. We can use the shape of like the rice kernel. It will like a restructured rice shape. Yeah, next slide, please. Yeah. Okay, so here talking about the porang's benefits. Okay, so I think there's a lot of the porang produced here in East Java. Okay, so the glucomannan content is about 65. Yeah, so the quality of the porang flour depends on the concentration about the glucomannan. I think so. I ever discussed with the professor in Brawijaya and how we extract the glucomannan. Yeah, so maybe that's one way we haven't done, one area we haven't done much yet. And next slide, please. And it has been applied to a lot of the usage in industry, in beauty and health product, and food product. Okay, and next slide. Okay, and the benefits, talking about because of the high fiber content, so you can regulate the cholesterol level and also manage the weight. Yeah, and also there's some cancer prevention, blood sugar regulation, all of this. Yeah, next slide, please. Yeah, so what we did for this project is we mix up these in different ratio and using the warm water, hot water, to pre-gelatinize the starch. So because the mixture won't, have the weight, without the pre-gelatinization, it won't bind in together. And this is the Italian pasta extruder. And this is the die equipped with that pasta extruder. Yeah. So we take advantage of the original die. Yeah. Of course, we can design ourselves, but since it already have, and then this is the product the student made. Okay, so next slide, please. And so we started these WAI, WSI, some property of the restructured rice in, I think, in the RSM methodology. So here shows the shape, the response curve in 3 dimensions. Yeah, and here's some, yeah. So here is the, yeah. I think a different. We have 3 parameters. Yeah. So the ratio of the rice with the glucomannan, and also the calcium hydroxide. Yeah, and then we try to find what will be the best formula. Yeah, next slide, please. So WAI is the water absorption index. So the product need to be tested that how the water will be absorbed due to the gelatinite. And here shows the water soluble index. And sometimes the pasta extrusion not very high shear, so maybe the starch won't be damaged much. So the solubility index won't be that high. Yeah, next slide. And we're also looking for the better appearance. The color will reflect the appearance of the product. Yeah, and brown rice is good for health. We know that. And glucomannan also good for health. And we're going to test the antioxidant activity and also the color. Yeah, looking for a better appearance. Next slide, please. And the texture, here we only measure the hardness. Yeah, I think we didn't measure the cooked restructured rice. We only measure the restructured rice, the raw restructured rice, partially gelatinized, in order to keep the good appearance right now. In the future, I think the quality of the cooked restructured rice all need to be tasted by sensory test. Yeah, but for this project, we haven't done that yet. Next slide, please. Okay, so the restructured rice, here's some comparison with the meal rice. Yeah, and it has, I think it's high in fiber. We can tell high in fiber because the glucomannan and the color or the difference. Yeah, yeah. And so we compare the, after the results, we make the comparison between restructured rice and the meal rice, and then we still find the benefits to have the restructured rice. Yeah, next slide, please. Yeah, and here it shows some the micro structure about here's the restructured rice. This is the meal rice. When we magnify the surface like this, and these are the cooked, I think. Yeah. So for your information, next slide, please. Yeah. And then we also do the in vitro starch hydrolysis, try to get the estimated glycemic index. And this one, I think the lowest one will be the restructured rice with glucomannan, with the Porang PGM, yes. So that's give us, encourage we should continue to do the study like this. Next slide. Yeah, and it just shows the EGI. Yeah, I think it will be lower with the glucomannan. Yeah, next slide. And the second case is one of the students just done is we produce the gluten-free puff snacks made from brown rice with the Porang flour using this cold extruder. So this cold extruder is for puffing snacks, not just for the noodle. For the one restructured rice is unpuff. So in our daily living, we have puffing snacks for snacks, but noodle will be like a stable. Restructured rice will be stable food. So that's totally different. Next slide, please. Yeah. So here's the raw material: brown rice flour and Porang flour. The student, I think, brought from Malang. Yeah, next slide. Yeah, so here it shows shows the process. We mix in different ratio, and the student measure the physical property and also do the chemical analysis, and then collect it, and we also done the sensory test for that. Next slide, please. Yeah. Okay, so the raw material, the brown rice, the Porang flour, make the comparison, the difference in moisture, ash, protein, fat, and total carbohydrate. We also measure the DPPA, TDC, TFC for information. After we produce the product, we also need to make the comparison. Next slide. Okay, so P1, P2 to P12. My understanding, the previous 4 is the different die temperature, 90 and 100 and 110. And the 1, 2, 3, 4, we have different Porang ratio, 0, 5, 15, 20, 25, and repeat it the same way. So we have 12 different formulation for the process, and it comes up with the different moisture content and also the carbohydrate content. Yes, next slide, please. The approximate analysis. And here shows the product. Okay, we have 12 products, different appearance, the 90 dye temperature, lower dye temperature. And here's the one, I think it's 110, higher dye temperature. So the temperature higher, energy higher, the gelatinization, the browning effect will be higher. Yeah. So the puffing snack looking good. Yeah. So next slide, please. And we also measure the color and also expansion ratio, the density, bulk density, hardness, WI and WSI in different. Okay, in different. Okay. So actually, we already saw the picture. So most of the formulation through the cold extrusion, it puff like a snacks. Okay, so the students successfully made this, and maybe you cannot tell from the number how it tastes. We will see it later. Next slide, please. Okay, here's the antioxidant activity in terms of DPPH and TPC, TFC. Yeah, so it just give us some information. I think the student, the results still need to be double checked because she just first to this experiment. Yeah, next slide, please. Okay, and among the 12 experiments, she tried to find which one will be the best. And next slide, please. Okay, so she make the comparison to those property she measurement. So come up with, I think, the dye temperature 110. Yeah, next slide, please. Okay, and here we also asked her to do the hydrolysis experiment. We also found out with the Porang flour, the hydrolysis will be lower. Yeah, because the glucomannan. Next slide, please. Yeah, and it come up with these P2, P6, P9, and P12 will be the better formula for the through the HI and the GI. Next slide, please. And then I think she only do these four sample for the sensory test. You know, yeah. So the 110, the temperature, and the Porang 5, 25, 0 or 15. Yeah. So see in different like overall acceptability and also the smell, also the taste. Try to see which one will come up with the better results. Next slide, please. Okay. So here's the case one is done by Thomas. Now he is the PhD student in my lab. He is the second one to get a very high scholarship from our Department of Food Science and Technology government agency. Yes, and Sylvie is the second one down the puffing snack with the Porang flour. Yeah, she just started the PhD study in my lab. Yeah, so both of the study contribute from them. Next slide, please. Yeah. So here's some reference for the study. Next slide, please. Okay, thank you for your attention. If there's any unclear about my study, you can write to me, send an email to us. The time limitation, I think, is about 25 minutes. Thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, thank you for your presentation, Prof. Lin. Okay,
Yes.
I will invite for our second speaker, Professor Kuroki, to deliver a presentation on the topic of machine learning driven non-destructive evaluation of post-harvest product for a sustainable future. Okay, time is yours, Professor.
Selamat pagi. This is my, I don't know, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th time to visit Indonesia, but Marang this is my first visit to the Marang, so thank you for inviting me inviting me, especially for Professor Dimas Sensei. Thank you very much. Anyway, so I want to start about my presentations. Ready? Okay. Unfortunately, we Japanese love to eat Porang and Konjac, and as the Professor Lin Sensei did, there are lots of food made from the starchy materials, but the production is not so high, so I'm so sorry, but I want to explain about my research regarding the onions by using the machine learning technology. This is the statistics from the FAO. Then, as you may know that, of course, we need the staple foods, but we also need the fruits and vegetables, especially for the vegetables. Come on. Okay. Then, onions are the second most big produce after tomatoes. And you know that it's very important for. Please imagine that when you try to find some onion in your dishes or wherever you can find the onions in burgers, anywhere, in wherever, in the soup. So onion is a very very usable food for your dishes. Come on. So in Japan, in the world, more than it's very difficult to read in it by big number, but in Japan, more than 1 million tons of the onion is produced. But onion is the third largest consumption in Japan, and it's protected by the law to produce, to keep our Japanese citizens for the Japanese citizens. Especially, we love to make the curry from Indonesia. Then it's very critically important to stay supplies yearly, whole around the year. Then we need to store them. But as you may find that here, okay, we can get this amount of the production, but the shipment amount is less than the production, and around the 10% of these things is disappeared. Why? You know that? Come on. Come on. Probably it takes time to, because of the heavy photograph. So the reason why this 10% of the production is lost is because of the onion is infected by the bacteria. Then there's no way there's no way to protect such a bacterial attack in the onions. I want to show the photograph. Okay. Right? I don't know such kind of rot in the Konjac or Porang. Do you find something to such kind of the rotted part in the Konjac? Oh. Oh, great. Uh-huh. A fungus, right, yes. Do you have any? Uh-huh. Oh. Okay. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. 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 Spread. Uh-huh. 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 It's a terrible. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Do you have to store it at low temperature? It depends on the. Uh-huh. So right. Oh, okay. So. Right, right. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. So, okay. Sorry about that. So, I hope, I dare to hope that. So this kind of the rotten part is found in the like this. So this is a very terrible attack. And it's just, you know, this onion is produced in the outside, and there's no way to pesticide or something. It's impossible to do like that. So what we can do is to find and eliminate, not to enter the food industry. So can you, yes, this is one of the onion factory. They're checking these ladies has almost got hands. They can find the rotten bulb by touching, but it's of course not perfect. Okay, so please go on to the next slide. Okay, so the human sense is very ambiguous. Then we need to find some scientific tech to detect much more higher accuracy. Then we try to use the near-infrared technology for such purpose, because the producers, rotten bulbs are regarded as a producer size fault. Then processors, they don't want to use such kinds of the rotten ones, but it's very difficult to control. Then when some bulbs enter into the huge raw materials, their produce will be rotten as well. So they have to throw it away for a very huge amount of the food, processed food. Then consumers as well, the complaining to the producers or processors is possible, but such things is be discourage the onion production, and which will be the loss of the rules of the supply chain system of the onion. So let's try to by using the near-infrared technology. As you know that this is a spectrum of the magnetic electric wave, then near-infrared and visible region is around here to find the molecular vibrations, and it's a little bit about the electron transitions. Then this is a image of the absorption of the light electromagnetic wave. As the green waves, they can sense, molecular can sense this energy, then they can do the vibrate by getting the energy. But if the other wavelengths, this just ignore. I don't care about that. Only the one lovely wavelengths can absorb the light. And the molecular absorption with light is a specific wavelengths. So this is a sand with the sea. You can see the sand under the water, because water is transparent of the visible light. But like here, onion, no, visible light cannot penetrate, cannot transparent to the onion side. But there is a region which is a transferable light, which is called as the biological windows. The absorption of these around 1,000 is much less absorption band, than which means which can penetrate to pass through the onion inside. Okay, these are the okay. This is the one. Can you to move on to the video? Okay, this is about prototypes of the spectral acquisition of the onions. Light penetrate inside, then we can get this kind of spectrum. Then we just let's get analyzed. So okay. So as you may see that we can find some difference between these rotten levels depending on the change in the absorption pattern of the spectrum between the 650 to 950. So this spectrum pattern, difference in the spectrum pattern indicates that it's possible, it is potentially good to differentiate the rotten levels of the onion. So, but for improve the accuracy, recently we can utilize in, machine learning technology. I mean the artificial intelligence technology. Artificial intelligence is covered in the whole, but in this case we use machine learning tech. Deep learning is more deep inside into that. So please go ahead. Okay. We, in this case, so to detect the onion, rotten onion in the rot in the onion, we use a very common and very powerful technique called PRSR, partial risk scale regression. In this case, and we use the explanatory variables as a spectrum. Then we use the rotten levels as objective variables. Then we divided the data for the calculation and test data set. Then by using the validation data set, we made the model by the machine learning with the PRSR tech. Then developed model can be tested by using the test data set, which is not used for the making the model. I mean, this data is unknown samples, then try to validate and verify the accuracy. Okay, go ahead. So this graph shows the measured load level versus the predicted load level by the near-field spectroscopy. Then, as you may see that there is a linear relationship. Then there is some misclassification here, but it looks working so-so. Okay, so some may think that machine learning can train everything, then machine learning is like almighty. But is it true? I will show you some doubtful things. So what we checked was these 6 differences, 6 topics. So one is the varieties. The varieties, fortunately, there is no special features are not affected by the variety in the onion. So luckily, we don't care about the variety. Just put in everything, then we can run about the spectral features from each varieties similarly. Then we can handle the rotating driver. Okay, varieties mix is fine. Next is the temperature effect. Temperature effect is, temperature change the molecular vibration mode to some extent. Therefore, the temperature control is sometimes very important when you take the near-field spectrum. But if we can get the 10, 20, 30, if you can, in other words, there's no need to control the temperature. If it's possible to run about the very several temperatures to the model educations, it's possible to handle like that. Here. So just mix the temperature. We'll solve the problem. Temperature mix is some kind of size. Also, size we can mix. If you mix the some size, it's possible to run about the size effect. Here. Okay. So next please. Variety, temperature, and size is fine, but the positioning is not so good. Here the all indicates the mix of the positioning of the onion when you take the spectral measurement. So it's impossible to solve the problem by mixing the data. So lots of the data cannot train the model very well. So we need to control the position, not from the machine learning, by other purpose, but other way. So we must develop the position controlling apparatus. Okay, so this is the reason why we need to develop the position controlling apparatus, because this future is everything is very healthy valves, but this spectrum future is different load level. So you see, even in the very healthy onions, the spectral feature is very similar to the other rotten levels. So we need Okay, so please go ahead. So in this, I will show you this video, but this device can control the position to the longitudinal position, like like that. I will show you the video. Okay, then neck rod. This is very difficult to find. This very around here, there, right? On here, the onion. It's very difficult. As you can see, that this is very difficult. But we developed this kind of the dual mode of we get the spectra from the against side of the onion, but as well at the same time we got the spectrum through the top side. Then we use the double spectrum to educate, to train our model. Then, go ahead, please. We can got the very nice here, 97.3%. It's 60.46 is a little bit bad, but level 1 can sometimes be acceptable for the consumers, so which is very nice spectrum. Okay, go ahead, please. Then the last one is misjudged for the healthy bars. This is a confusion matrices of the diagnosis. The true condition, when the true condition is rot, then the predicted as a rot, okay, which is good, which is a true positive diagnosis. When the true condition is sound, healthy, then the predicted as the healthy, okay, this is a truly negative. It is very nice diagnosis. However, if the true condition is rot, but predicted as the healthy, which is a false negative. Similarly, when the true condition is healthy, but predicted as a rotten, so it is a false positive. Okay. So from these directions, because this is a rotten barbs, therefore these lines should be not to be shipped, okay, to be eliminated. And this line should be expected to be shipped because of the healthy barbs. However, what we can get is predicted condition, of course. We don't know before the true condition. Therefore, actually, this should be unshipped, but this predicted as a healthy condition is shipped. Oh, so this would be the bad things for the consumers. So we have developed such to control the level of the such contamination or loss. Okay. This would be the contamination. So therefore, it's better to reduce as much as possible. But in contrast, if we reduce too much about this contamination, at the same time, we lose the healthy barbs to strict diagnosis for the false positives. So the number of the false positives increment is just loss of the money of the producers. So it's very unacceptable technology for the practical perspective. So please turn on the videos. It doesn't work. Oh, and down. Okay, it's moving. It's moving. It's okay. Just wait for a while. Okay. This is a slow mode of the sample provisions. Is the automatic subprime. It's very slow, but for this purpose, for the video recording purpose. But as you can see, that onion position is upside down, different way. But if we use this way, we can lift it up to be the same position. Sometimes it's mistake, but anyway. Then we got the spectrum, then eliminate the depending on our model. So that former side is rotten and over there is healthy. Just check in front of the producers. Okay, this cut. Oh, it's not, but it's, yes, it's rotten. So near-infrared spectroscopy can find the internal rot, which is not possible by human beings, even in a God hand radius, like that, okay? The next problem would be that healthy side is truly healthy, so just cut it, then there's no misjudge. Just cut it to show the evidence. Okay, oh, it's healthy, like that. Okay, so go ahead, please. So, non-destructive technologies support and utilize to guarantee the food supply chain and multiple aspects of the sustainability. Upstream side, there's some problem for the upside stream side, like farmers and distributors, as well at the same time. Downstream side of the food chain, they, as a consumer side, we want to improve the supply chain, then we need the safe, secure, and high quality foods is scientific evidence to save the energies for the transport or disposing or something like that. So common scale for quality and its measurement device like near-field technology and the information we got, like for example in the onion, we can add the information is this onion, who produced this onion, or where is the onion is cultivated, then which information will be probably this farm is contaminated or infected by the many bacteria, or its way of the cultivation of the someone is much strong against to the bacterial infection by using the special technique for the cultivation. So such kind of information can be stored and utilized for the others and shared between the farmers. So if it's possible, we can make this kind of the positive spiral to form in the production group with the international competitiveness. In the consumer side, this information can be mature as for the food habit and culture. Then we can share the risk of the food supply chain, then determine the food value from the sustainability perspectives. Okay, so next. Oh, that this is the last slide of mine. That this is the very famous structure of the SDGs. Mainly, center is located on the 12 SDG goals, which is the, as you may know that, but this is related to the food loss and waste. Then, but the concept of the food loss and waste is related to the almost all sustainable goals, because food is very, no one can live without food, even in the anything, right? So I hope that non-destructive technology will save the world for that. Thank you very much. This is our team staff. Thank you very much.
Okay, please give an applause to Professor Kuroki. Okay, very interesting talk from both of our speakers. So we have about 20 minutes for our Q&A session. Please, maybe our personnel also in the Zoom also can ask a question. Okay, please, Professor Simon.
My first question is for Professor Jensen-Lins. We try to find the best method to produce instant artificial rice using extruder machine. I just want to know whether can you give us a general explanation how to achieve that objective. In general explanation, what's the best way? Whether we gelatinize those raw material, a mixture material, before entering the extruder machine, or before that we have to gelatinize first. Yeah, that a mixture, what do you call it? A mixture dough before entering that extruder machine. And the second question is for Professor Shinichiro. Our one negative properties of porang tuber is the existence or the presence of calcium oxalate, which is located on the surface of glucomannan sacs, where we extract the glucomannan. Before we extract it, we have to process into the porang flow. After that, we have to purify to get the glucomannan flow. But the existence or the presence of calcium oxalate is still one of the problems. Or the best way to find out is how to detect those calcium oxalate in the form of needles in, say, for example, crude porang flow. And also we purify in the several steps. How we can find it using the technology you just gave us the lecture. Thank you. A rough idea, or maybe in the future we can make a research collaboration about that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Professor. So Professor Lee first.
Professor Simon, thank you for the question. In order to answer the question, we first need to know how we produce the instant rice. Okay, so we can make example like noodle. Traditionally, noodle is made by mixing the wheat flour with water or other ingredients, and then by pressing and to produce a sheet of the dough. Yeah, and pressing actually take a long time. Okay, but there are other way we using extrusion to process to produce the noodle like strips food. Okay, so the different approach, definitely the quality of the product will be changed, will be affected. I mean, that's for noodle. And we talking about the rice. Of course, I also make example when I saw the low GI rice in a store in Australia, and I don't know why they just say that's low GI rice, because so when we talking about rice analog, okay, so how do you, everybody have different definition. It look like rice or it tastes like rice. Okay, so usually, of course, it has to look like rice, and then it takes that rice, so different level. Okay, and then how we process another not rice flour, like I mean maybe like corn, or maybe like sweet potato flour or porang flour. We convert that ingredient into the rice analog. It look like rice, so the shape of the rice. So we need to mix the flour first. We can traditionally handmade. We can like mix all this flour into a dough, or so we need to decide if we're going to take this approach, and then what will be the elasticity of that dough. We're talking about pre-gelatinization because that will help us to glue all the ingredients together. That's the dough. And then we can handmade put into the mold. That could be another way. But we're talking about extrusion. extrusion is, we also talking about there are different type of extruder. And the one we ever use is the pasta extruder. There's no heating on pasta extruder. So what you can do is you have to add some energy, add some heat when you mixing the material. So we call it like pre-gelatinize the material first. And well, so that's definitely is kind of the hands-on experience. Depends on how the student, measure the temperature or measure the amount of water. Yeah, so that I think that's not easy to control. Okay, but in terms of extrusion, not pasta extrusion, I also talking about the extruder we got is not very. I use the word fancy. Fancy means more money. Okay, so definitely the twin screw extruder, the one we have, more than several $1 million. The temperature control is good. So what that means is the material goes through the barrel, will be heating up to a specified temperature as we wish. And so the gelatinization can be controlled by control the temperature of the barrel. But the problem is the die. You need to have a die shape. The opening look like the rice kernel. Yeah, so right now, I believe there is a company in the world, they already have that, possible, but it costs. That costs more than 10 million, I think. Yeah, so we also can try. So we need to design a special die, and so in the future we will, So in terms of your question, that we can control the gelatinization. So partially cooked or fully cooked. So an instant rice, how you going to cook it by waterboarding or by steaming, and definitely that second stage processing also will affect the quality of the restructured rice. Thank you for your question. Thank you.
Yes. It's a very difficult question to answer because the calcium oxalate, which is the mineral has not mineral doesn't have the specific absorption band in the near-infrared spectrum. So, as May explained in my presentations, near-infrared spectroscopy can detect the molecular vibration, but which is related to the hydrogen, like CH or OH or NH. So the calcium is very difficult to find it. But fortunately, when the tubers has chance to make the calcium oxalate in their body, which indicates there is such kind of the metabolism inside, then which is not the direct information can be captured by the near-field spectroscopy, but there is a possibility to detect the indirect information on to the generation of the calcium oxalate. So let's try to find a way, is it possible or not? And not only by utilizing the spectroscopic perspective, it's also possible another way, like the hardness differentiation or density differentiation. So we need to try the different ways for the non-destructive way. I hope it can answer a little bit.
Okay, thank you for the answer. Any other question? Okay, please.
Thank you, Chairman. So I just need comment from Professor Shinichiro. So dealing with the spectroscopy for this onion. I'm just thinking based on your video, seems like whether it is fast or slow motion, your video, because it is very important for particularly the industry, agro industry, for the doing sortation, like onion, many kind of the product, you know. Seems like inside, outside better look like, but internal we don't know what inside. Not the only, like I know your video is particularly for bacteria because I'm plant pathologist, my professional. So for like any kind of fruits, like Indonesian have many kind of fruit like mangosteen, we have some problem also with frozen problem inside of the or yellow symptom, particularly with the mangosteen. And they decide for the fruit when attacked by the fruit fly, also become rotten inside, and we don't see any symptom from outside. So in your perspective of the research, is there any such to speed up the work for this one? Because you know, you can imagine if really slow image, slow sortation, too long when the industry make it, you know, 1,000 of fruit or million of fruit in the same, you know, within 1 hour. So is there any idea for improve your innovation of that one? Thank you.
Thank you, Professor.
Okay. The video I showed you is slow motions. Don't worry, it is possible to be fast as possible. It's possible to check within the 10 barbs in 1 second, I guess. It was very quick. By the way, the mangosteen in the internal ruin is very difficult because of the hard, thick skins. But the important thing is we need to use something can be penetrate the skin or to the inside. For such purpose, as I showed you in my slide, that biological windows region, which around 800 to 10,000 especially, is very high transparency, so which is possible to get some information from the inside. So it will be one way to do that. Then, of course, there are a lot of ways like X-ray, CTs, or magnetic resonance imaging to get such kinds of internal information. Then, but it's of course it's very high cost. But it's recently, especially in Japan and States, I guess, they try to find try to develop the very cheap, low-cost materials with a specific purpose, not for the multi-purpose, but for the just one specific purpose. So it will be decrease the prices to utilize for the each possibilities, I guess. So thank you very much for your question.
Okay, thank you. Any other question? Okay, actually we have a question from online participant. Mr. Kisroh Dwiyono from Unas Nasional Jakarta. So he asked for Professor Lin, and how big is the market opportunity for analog rice worldwide? So how much the market of the analog rice in the worldwide? Okay.
Would you say the question is how much the market or Okay, actually the rice analog, the word the student did, actually they come from Indonesia. So in the past maybe 10 or 15 years ago, when I visit Indonesia, I know there's a national program. You know, national program in Indonesia, they try to make the rice analog, yes. So that's kind of issue. In Taiwan, I think in the other country maybe there's another possible market for fortified rice, nutrient fortified rice. You know, like you put some micronutrient into the rice flour, and then just increase the nutrient in the rice kernel. So we call that fortified rice, nutrient fortified rice. So a long time ago, in Taiwan's market, there's just a short period, maybe 1 or 2 years, the rice company, they put some, small particle, look like the just a small particle, try to increase like a calcium content or the beta carotene content. Yeah, and these days, actually, there's a small market in Taiwan. They mix the rice kernel with other grains. We call it like 7 type grain of 10. Yeah, I think probably similar in Japan. So a lot of the senior citizens, they like to eat healthy, so they will diverse the rice with other grains. Yeah, so why not just mix them directly into one kernel, in rice kernel? That's for processing point of view. Yeah, so in terms of the market, I think there's a market, but I don't know how big the market is. Yeah, thank you for the question. Yeah.
Okay, last opportunity. Okay, please.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. So the question is more like sharing information in your country, in Taiwan, in Japan, that in the slide you show that there is some porang derivative product, right, for food, cosmetic, or chemical. If it is in Taiwan and in Japan, in which sector that this porang use more? Is it in food product, for cosmetic, or for the chemical? That's my first question. And then the second one, it's related with the market and the usage of the porang. The second one is related with the research itself. In Taiwan and Japan, the research is more for food product, the usage in food product, cosmetic, or chemical. And for the third question is, from previous years, we have like a national campaign, like to use porang, something like that, utilization of porang. And can you show us some research about how many percent in product formulation, especially for food product, in a rice or in a snack, that we can use porang, how many percent in formulation, so it can combine with another flour, for example, carbohydrate, and then we can claim it as non-gluten product, something like that. Okay, thank you.
Thank you for the question. It's for Professor Lin.
I think for both. My understanding right now, like as I said in the slide, the porang flour, the glucomannan, the key component, like 65%. Okay, so we also have the konjac flour, konjac powder, so in the market. So the price will be determined by the purity of the glucomannan, I think, and also right now I think it will not belong to like additive. It just belong to the food ingredient. Yeah, I mean the porang flour or the konjac is not the food additive. My understanding. Yeah, and so in the future, if we want to expanding the business of porang flour, we need to like have a standard. Like, do we have like a national standard about the porang flour from Indonesia side? Like, you had different level of the glucomannan, or how you keep that standard stable for that. Yeah, and then we can talk about export to other countries. Yeah, and definitely after you have that, you also need to do some application study, and because the customer, they need to know how these. Yeah, and so currently the porang flour we have is from the student brought to the Taiwan. So we didn't get it in Taiwan market. We didn't. I don't know where we can have it. Yeah. So that's my answer. Thank you.
Yes, my answer is very difficult to answer, but as far as I know, the powders, especially for the starch extraction of the powder sample, is very important materials for the 3D printing food. You know the 3D printing food, 3-dimensional printer made from the powders. It's a very new trend of the making the food. Usually, as far as I know, we use the broccoli residual, like stems or leaf, except for the flower bud, is possible to use as the broccoli taste. So they recently in Japan, we freeze dried out the residual of the broccoli and mixed with the starch from the potatoes or something to make a new food, new texture and new taste, but with very high ingredient, like Professor Lin said that this is a functional food. So this would be the answer for me. I don't know. But the starch is very important to we need the very different types of starch, like A, B, C types of the starch, and which is very different features and different property to make the food, especially for the 3D printing or made from the powdered materials. So that's all. Sorry, I don't have any information about cosmetics or something.
Maybe I have one question. So if we have different starch molecules, maybe the chain is different. So if we have like a sample like that, so we have different spectra for energy.
Yes, unfortunately, it's very not clear, but the ratios of the amylose and the amylopectin will be influence this spectrum information. Then, but if for such purpose, we usually utilize the Raman spectroscopy, not for the near-field spectroscopy. Different techniques, yes. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Please give an applause again for our first speaker. So this is the end of our first presentation. Thank you, and I turn back time to MC. Oh, we have souvenir appreciation, right? Okay, thank you.
Check. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed to the next session, this our privilege to express our gratitude to distinguished keynote speakers who have shared their valuable knowledge and expertise with us today. On behalf of the organizing committee and all participants, we would like to extend our deepest appreciation to Prof. Lin Jensen from National Pingtung University of Science and Technology, Taiwan, and then Dr. Shinjiro Kuroki from Kobe University, Japan, for their insightful presentation. And then your contribution have certainly sparked new ideas and perspectively. And then we are truly grateful for the time and effort you have dedicated and to enhancing this symposium. Please show us for the certificate and then token of appreciation. Right. All right. Please show us the certificate. All right. And then, as a token of appreciation, we would like to present you with a small souvenir, and then this gesture or the symbolize our heartfelt thanks for your support and for being part of this significant event. And then I would like to invite for the Professor Simon to come to the stage and give for the souvenir to our amazing speaker. Please stand in the front of the table. All right. For the first speaker, to Professor Lin Jianxin from the National Pingtung University of Science and Technology, Taiwan. All right. Let's take a picture first with Professor Lin Jianxin. All right. Okay. The second one to the Dr. Shinchiriko Kuroki from Kobe University, Japan. Okay. Let's take a picture. Okay, the last one I would like to invite also Miss Professor Lee Jensen, and then to take a picture together. Yeah. Yeah. And then maybe Mrs. Mufida, you can join us. Mr. Moderator also. All right, I will count down. 3, 2, 1. Okay, once again, 3, 2, 1. All right, thank you so much. Please give applause to our the first plenary session. Thank you to our speaker and moderator for such an engaging session. And then, ladies and gentlemen, we will now take a short coffee break. And then please return to the venue at 10 past 15 EM, as well as we will resume with the planning session too. Enjoy your break. Please play the video. The coffee break is running for in 15 minutes. 15 minutes. All right. Welcome back to everyone. We will now proceed with the second plenary session. To guide this plenary session, I am pleased to introduce our moderator, Mrs. Rodiati Azrianingsi, SSI MSc PhD. Mrs. Rodiati Azrianingsi, SSI MSc PhD, got her bachelor degree from Brawijaya University Malang, Indonesia, and then for the master degree from Hiroshima University, Japan, and then also for the doctoral degree from Hiroshima University, Japan. And then also for the Mrs. Rodiati Azrianingsi has several publications related to Porang and Konjac. And then for Mrs. Rodiati Azrianingsi, SSc MSc PhD, please welcome.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Yeah, still good morning. Good morning. Okay, after coffee break. So in this season, we are discussing about some insight about the porang cultivation. Yeah, you will deliver by Prof. Edi from IPB. And then also important thing for us to listen about the government policy, yeah, government policy about porang, yeah, and will deliver by Dr. Aryo and Ibu Ratih, yeah. So the first speaker will deliver by Prof. Edi Santoso. Assalamualaikum, Prof. Edi.
Waalaikumsalam. My voice clear?
Okay, good. Yeah.
Hati-hati.
Okay, yeah, Prof. Edi Santoso. Maybe we can see about his CV. Yeah, please, committee, to show us his CV, curriculum vitae. Yeah, this Prof. Dr. Edi Santosa. He's my close friend. And, so far, he's very deep in research about the porang. So he's graduated from IPB University for a bachelor degree and master degree, then got the doctoral degree from the University of Tokyo, Japan. Then maybe we can start. Yeah, he's very. If we look at his Google Scholar, so mostly his research about the porang, yeah, porang cultivation. Yeah, for first speaker, time and screen yours, Prof. Edi, please.
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, very good morning, everyone. Thank you very much, Ms. Chairman, Dr. Rodiati. It is an honor to be here. Thank you for the committee, Dr. Mufidah, Professor Simon, Dr. Rodiati, and Dr. Mubarak, and also Porang Research Center, to invite me to be share my little knowledge, not so deep knowledge, actually only little knowledge about porang. And distinguished guest speakers, Professor Lin, Kuroki Sensei, Ibu Dr. Ratih, and Pak Aryo. Thank you very much. I'd like to share. Oh my. can you see my
Yeah,
slides? Okay.
Okay, Prof. Edi.
So again, thank you very much. So I'd like to share about the sustainable porang production and exploring innovation and discovery. My presentation will be introduction of processing and product propagation, feed production, and our future challenge. As already mentioned by Professor Lin, I think when we compare porang product to other crops like taro, rice, potato, and of course glucose, porang has a very low glycemic index and the calorie also very low. That's why it's a benefit for people to control the weight and other health benefits. And here are some products that available in Indonesian market. Recently, people mostly produce healthy rice, as mentioned by Professor Simon, analog rice. And actually, we also have tofu, maybe in Japan called konyaki, a noodle, shirataki, and large noodle. And also, I never seen this mixture with other foods, but I think in Japan it's very popular, like mixed with carrot and other foods that it's become natural coloring. And also, I think we have some jelly drink, pudding, and many other foods. And from the health, we notify that konjac powder is become a filler of medicine and making for outer skin of capsule. And also in Japan, I think it's already produced eco-friendly sponge for face scrubber. I think it's very nice because it's how to say, it's degradable and as a fat burner. And to produce the konjac or porang flour, I think Professor Lin already mentioned, this is our experience in the field. From 100 kilogram of tubers, usually sliced using a very traditional. And I see in Brawijaya already has a very advanced technology to produce high quality of glucomannan powder. In the field, farmers usually slice and dry it for 5 to 7 days, and then making a flour. And then after that, I think only in industrial they can produce pure glucomannan. Glucomannan is actually a kind of carbohydrate, long chains and less digestible, and neutral, high viscosity, and when we combine with some water and add some chemical, it's forming a very thin film that is very useful in many industry.
Jadi pengganti makanan sekarang ini kan apa orang iya bukan yuk apa ya kalau ini ke apa
It's okay. Yeah, actually, in 1996, I collect Amorphophallus konjaku from Japan, and we try to introduce konjac planting in Bogor. And at that time, we plant about 6 hectares. But after 2 years, all is disappear because severe problem of the disease, especially sclerosium and fusarium. So that's why in 1998, we are trying to observe the possible replacement substitute of konjac for glucomannan production in Indonesia. And we realized that globally, we have more than 200 species of Amorphophallus, and Indonesia is a home of more than 27 Amorphophallus species. Here is some very famous. One is a Titan arum, I think is the biggest flower in the world. And the other one is cosmopolitan Amorphophallus, we call Amorphophallus variabilis. And here is Konjac. I think it's native to China or Japan. We never found natural population in Indonesia. And we have another one, Amorphophallus gigas, is in West Java. Just the performance just like Amorphophallus mulleri, but it's like photocopying and enlargement, very big. And of course, the other one that popular as staple food is we call suak, Amorphophallus penifolius. So when we come deeply to Amorphophallus mulleri, so in East Java we call Porang, but actually in West Java we call iles at that time. But it's okay; it's just a kind of terminology. But recently, government already notified that the porang as a formal name. So here is the morphology of the plant. It has leaves, petioles, and a corm. And this corm is the underground one. And many scientists say that it's kind of very traditional food because it's formed like elephant food yam. And the leaves of the Amorphophallus mulleri produce aerial bulbil, like in this middle, and this is the tubers. Unlike Amorphophallus production in subtropical countries, that usually they have to keep the corm inside the storage house during the winter time. In Indonesia, usually we just leave it in the soil as a food bank. So that's why I think if we able to manage this very efficiently, it will save the cost of production. So what is about the propagation? Usually, farmer use bulbil or katak in Indonesian, and we consider it is the best propagation because it avoid from the soil-borne disease, and it harvest after leaf senescence. When we plant a hectare of land and produce bulbils, usually we count for 1 hectare of land. It might multiply for 12 to 15 hectares of new land, just collecting the seed from bulbil. The other propagation method is using seed. Here is the characteristic of the seed in the field. When the plant produces seeds, it never produces a leaf. So I think it's very solitary. So when we, don't want to have a flower or seed, it just cut the peduncle and it will produce a leaf. From 1 hectare of seed production like this, we will able to multiply the land up to 100 hectares or more. Here is the figure of the seeds and bulbil as common one. So usually it's sprout about 2 months after harvest or just ready during rainy season. And according to our experience, when we harvest the seeds, actually there are 3 parts. The size is a little bit different, but the germination rate is almost the same. And the seed actually is apomictic. So it's produce the seed without any pollination. And the seed characteristic is a recalcitrant seed. It means we have to keep moisture of the seed during storage. And it's a polyembryony. So when we cut the seed into 3 sections, for example, all sections will produce the buds. So because of this characteristic, I think propagation from seed and vegetative are genetically identical. we are trying to multiply using another part of bulbil and seed. We use cutting of the petioles without any hormones. So we realized that when we cut the petiole, as many as you can cut and just put on the ground, it will produce roots and finally will produce bulbil under the ground, even without any leaf. And we also try to propagate using a section of the leaf, we call leaf cutting, and it's the same. It produces underground comb, like this in the upper right. So I think this is very miracle plants because any kind of part can be used as a propagation material. But the problem is the size of the comb is very small, very small. What about the production in the field? So this plant is very interesting because it's shade tolerant. It's tolerant growing under up to 70% reduced light. Therefore, in a traditional way, farmers usually plant in intercropping system or agroforestry. So in Indonesia, I think if we utilize the under a canopy of timbers or other crops, it means there is no competition with existing land that mainly used for primary crops. And this plant also suitable for minimum tillage. And usually it's a good if we supplement with the organic compost or manures. But if you want the plants growing faster, usually we apply NPK fertilizer. But I think this is optional. And interestingly, this also drought tolerant. So we conclude that this plant is climate resilient crops. Okay. In Java and other region in Indonesia, usually this plant is growing in the mineral soils. But we are trying to develop this plant in peat soils because the area of peat soil is still underutilized. So here is a lesson from Riau province in Sumatra. We try to plant Amorphophallus in the peat soil. As seen in these pictures, this is a little bit satisfied, but not yet satisfied because the growing is under our expectation. But even that, this is a very just a miracle for us. We expect that the plant totally damaged, but we'll still find using some technology. So here is some detail when we use a check plot. So in front of these pictures, this is a full treatment, 1.5 months old after planting. We apply dolomite, about 2 tons for 1 hectare, plus bottom ash from oil palm boiler, about 4 tons for 1 hectare. And then the soil is mixed with the dolomite and the ash, bottom ash. And the second one in the background, no treatment, as seen here, mostly die after bud emergence, and chlorosis and stunting in growth. And in the bag is a treatment with dolomite 2 tons and bottom ash boiler 4 tons. But we apply the both dolomite and ash in the layer. The layer means just like this, peat soil, dolomite, peat soil, and dolomite. Why we try this? Because when we dig out the canal for drainage, usually people, how to say, excavate the soil, and then we just lay the dolomite ash, and then they dig out, and then again. But the result is not very satisfying. This is the characteristic of original peat soil. The pH very low, 3.2, And the area actually after acacia timber plantation, the pit depth 1.5 meters and water table is 10 centimeter. This is during dry season, and in the rainy season, of course, this is flooding. And this is another lesson from Central Kalimantan, Sampit sub-district. We have checked land here, it's about 10 hectares. And at first we have to develop the canal, drainage canal, and then farmers cultivate to soft the soil. And then interestingly, they prepare some biochar from rice husk as ameliorant, as supplement of the ash boiler, because here we have no oil palm factory, so finding ash boiler is very difficult. So they try to change using biochar. Why not only use a dolomite? Because as you know, dolomite is a little bit expensive. So here is the result in the right, healthy check plant, and without any treatment, the plants like in the two left, nutrient deficiency and damaged by low pH. And here the result, I think the result is still good, yeah, even it's not yet meet our expectation. About 30%, just higher than 1.5 kilogram. The other one is less than our expectation. And the common soil problem here is corn gall, fusarium, and sclerotium disease. And some plants show that it has a very short dormancy. Usually dormancy is 3 to 4 months, and I think short dormancy is not beneficial for harvesting. And what is our future challenge? In as Professor Simon said that I think we have to develop a new variety with several traits. Like one is higher glucomannan content, second one is higher biomass, and early harvest or faster growth. And this is, I think, the most important thing. Develop the variety that tolerant to fusarium and sclerotium, and flooding tolerant, and if possible, we also develop some technology how to skip dormancy, because in the common situation, we plant small bulbil and we harvest after 3 times of circle. It means 3 years. Farmers have to wait. But using particular technology, actually, we're able to harvest only in a single growing season from the bulbil. But the problem is we have to use larger seed corn. So the other one is we realize when we traveling to many sites in Indonesia, we get some pictures. There are diversity in Amorphophallus muelleri, like this one. So the, which one? D is a normal one, but we found some different morphology, like A is the spade is a round spade, and the B is a flower all together or coexist with the leaves. This is not common. And C also, and E is a spade, but like stars, unlike just like a peony. And the other one, F, is 3 tips. G, I think, is more interesting, just like flowers. Yeah. And the other one is just like how to say, different shape of appendix, like this. We call this as appendix, and the topper part as a corn. So this is very diverse. For example, M is very short, and I think we not yet check whether this difference in morphology also followed by difference in genetics. Anyway, we conserve all of this diversity in our university, and it's open for us, for all of you, of course, to utilize this for your research. And the other one is, as I said, how to speed up the growing cycle. So usually after 3 to 4 years, when we plant from seed or from bulbil, we just start harvest at 3 years or 4 years, 4 years. And after 4 years, usually plant entering the flowering or generative stage. They produce leaf, and in the other year they produce flower, and then this continuously. But if we don't want to have a flower, just cut down or decastration. And in our farm we try to flower castration, and after 8 years we got the 30 kilograms of tubers. And in the right side, this is a tuberization rate. When we plant from bulbil, it's reached 1.5 to 3.5 kilograms of harvest after 3 times of growing cycle. When we plant 100 gram, it need 2 growing cycle. And when we plant about 5 gram, it need only a single growing cycle. The other one is a challenge in industry. So here is the industrial tree from Porang. Actually, if we observe the possibility, instead of glucomannan, we'll find some other industrial that might develop from glucomannan, as well as from byproduct or waste. Like here, we try to utilize the waste from glucomannan production. For example, fresh corn usually peel about 10% as a skin, and 90% is peel corn, and then dried corn is 15%, and then we get 9.8% of glucomannan, and the other waste is can be utilized for making ethanol. For example, what we call a rendement is 0.3%, and the other one, it can be utilized as a fertilizer. So I think this is a very interesting business for glucomannan production, because it's my applied for circular economy or zero waste technology. And actually, I collect most common question related to Porang from different parties, but I think maybe the time is not enough. But I'll share this document, so these PowerPoint, so you might learn what kind of question that actually people ask about the Porang. For example, whether it's suitable for growing in open field, yes or no? Is suitable in swampy area, and and others. Okay, and yeah, I think that's all. Ibu Rodiati, thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Yeah, thank you very much, Prof. Edi. Then I invite Pak Antorio dan Bu Ratih to come front. That's for the next speaker, Bapak Dr. Antorio dan Ibu Ratih. Yeah. Please committee to show their curriculum vitae. Maybe the first Pak Antorio first, then Bu Ratih, then after Pak Antorio. Please. Bapak Antorio Dikin, PhD, He's graduated from University Palembang, ya Pak ya, Palembang University, and then master degree from Putra Malaysia University, and degree doctor as well ya, doctor degree from University Putra Malaysia. He's the agricultural from agricultural quarantine agency Indonesia. Then he has many experience, the senior staff in this bureau. Okay, time's yours, Pak. Please.
Thank you very much for moderators, and thank you for University Brawijaya is inviting me for attending of this symposium and giving to share the knowledge how dealing with the quarantine work, for assuring that particularly when we export the consignment of porang or konjac to other country, we should fulfill the requirement of the importing country, of course, the first. And then there are many such things that we want to discuss and share to the all people. So what we should do with this porang for the future of the Indonesia. First, I just make it the title novelty because I recognize this porang when I was still a kid, you know. Seems like there is no any value of this plant. So it can grow everywhere, particularly under the tree or in the forest. So this is the time when I was in the kid. So now when look at the porang, I still remember, oh, this seems like nothing use, but now it's valuable price. When this commodity become really economic, when they export to China, Japan, United States, and also Australia, a number of countries now, they are in progress. Because normally, you know, at the beginning, when they look at the news, so they import just like complementary, maybe just 1, 2 kilo and 3 kilo, after they know things, and then become more and more, become number of ton, number of containers come to that country, like in China, more and more they come. So they know how the valuing of this consignment, how the valuing of this good. So next slide, please. So I just remind you, because Indonesia is the biggest country, it's very diverse. So like Pak Edi and Pak Simon also, and a number of the people doing of this research about the porang, and actually seems like the value thing, like Professor Simon said, is starting 2011, starting research on porang. So if you look at of this from the UN, which is the end of the hunger, I think I can say it for the Indonesia itself. Like, is it really the, we call it in Muslim say Janatullah. So it is the really whatever we have. So in here, there's valuable for the people, particularly for the food. Like porang itself, easy to grow, can grow any places except in pit soil, a bit slowly due to need such increasing the pH of the ground, pH of the soil, so and then it can survive. So look at here, in UN itself, so as the sustainable development growth, so means that we should like create world free from hunger 2030. Like we can have a look, this porang can grow also in area is less water. So means like in Africa, maybe can grow this one too. Because you know, I've been 2 months ago, I visiting in Africa. It's difficult to find the food. So this additional, particularly for the food. So this is very important for Indonesia to promote the porang, not only for Indonesia. Every places when I was go to another country, I should inform to other country. Let's share the knowledge. Let's share your infestation to Indonesia. Produce the fruit, not for the Indonesia itself, send it to other country. So meaning, I just not talking about the export, sharing to the other country. So provide the food for the world. So this is, the porang is the one option. So look at here, the situation like our President Prabowo, to you know, we should struggle to decrease the stunting of Indonesia. This is another option on our food. So we can have a look the increased immunity, and also for the like people saying the glaucoma can also for the protect from the autoimmune disease that it could be, and also cancer can be avoid for this our health. So next slide, please. And I just giving you another idea. So Porang is already deposit. Another big deposit in Indonesia, sagu. Sagu tree in Papua, I think almost 5 million hectares at the moment. And also this, if you look at here, the blue color, it is already spread of this sagu in Indonesia. So normally they grow in the area is a little bit wet, so everybody can having of this. So this is how they harvest in the cotton tree and then producing any start from this. So like in Papua or in east part of Indonesia, they can also as alternative food instead of the rice. But of course, most of Indonesia at the moment still eating the rice. So that's why sometimes if we are in shortage of the rice due to like a climate situation, so they import the rice from other countries. So this is really sometimes, make headache to the government of Indonesia. So why not we develop this one? So that's why I think, Prof. Simon, we can discuss further as you discuss. So the project will be ended, and then seems like no budget from the government. I think this is the right time for us to inform to our president. So let's think about another food. Let's to promote another healthy food. Next slide, please. Next slide, yeah. Again, this is already discussed, couple expert or couple professor about the porang itself, how they grow, and then how to process, and then how to be good quality of the food. So this is, I can say, food security, because we are having new agency, food security agency at the moment. They are concerned on 9 commodity, but not yet put porang so far, but they put the carbohydrate for the S food. So it is another alternative. So there are many, actually. Sometimes, for young generation, always thinking, when go to look at the online selling the food, so many interesting, they just buy, never realize how to produce. Actually, it's come from Indonesia. Like people, like many young generation, really enthusiastic with the food from Japan or Korea. Oh, this is very nice. So actually, this is product of Indonesia. Try to promote of this. So again, this is synthesis about how the important porang, the compost of the porang content like glucoman is very important part for our health. So this is not all people really know about this glucoman itself. So that's why you should educate. This is really traditional, how they produce, make a slice or chip and then dry. Actually, this needs some improvement. So this is the one of standard. If we export from starting like Prof. Eddie saying, growing the seed, we should also assure that the seed should be healthy, like attacked by the Sclerotinia rossi, Fusarium. This is a wrong way because it is new product, new plant, no anybody doing certified of the seed. So they don't know what is the pathogen can be associated with the seed. So that's why when they're starting growing, there's fall strategic, there's always loss of this seed, due to the rot attack this fungus. So that's why we need of this. All this from the beginning, from the seed, and then how they're growing, all this, and we should do the monitoring, how this is, and until the product is ready. Even in the process, all this should be under control, should be no any fungus. You can imagine here, if during wet season like situation at the moment now, is really wet, too much rain, should be the fungus here, easy to grow. Whatever the situation, so we need to control this. We have this technology, we call it solar dryer, just using the what's called plastic tent, easy to do, so, and then can dry during wet season, we still dry of this one. So of course, it is also simple technology, but we need to educate the farmers or group of farmers. So this is the way that we should do. And every step in the process, if we want to export, the importing country always asks you how to grow, how to process, how to be good quality. In different states, we should able to explain them, even how to grow of this. So this is situation like the only monoculture. But again, it is really like this plant original under the tree, like in the forest. This is very important to us to promote. Porang is grown in agroforestry. So why? I should say agroforestry is very important. Now in the world, due to climate change, they're talking about this one. We should maintain our environment properly, no any changing about the ecosystem. Agroforestry should be very important. So when I was working in the estate crop plantation before, I have 3 years as Secretary General of this estate plantation. So I always promote agroforestry, coffee, cocoa. So it is success in marketing. Everybody look at how Indonesia situation, how Indonesia agro-system in agriculture, not monoculture. This is how we do the promotion of this porang for the world. It's the one option when we do the export. I know number of countries saying that if you are using porang, don't use palm oil. So this is another way to combine, to protect this, our environment, not to buy the palm oil from Indonesia. So it is challenging for us to do, how to promote this palm oil. Another way, that's not in dealing porang. The palm oil is really good for the environment, but nobody know about this one. So that's why, particularly for young generation in the university, don't be accepted if there is any interpretation from all over the world dealing Indonesia to be negative thinking, negative campaign. Try to, try to defend at least, or maybe you should educate of them. 2 months ago, I was in Hawaii, in the United States. Even many scientists doesn't know well about the palm oil. When I explain them how palm oil, this palm oil is so efficient. It's very environmental compared to soybean. So I forgot to record the voice and make of this. This number of scientists in USDA realized no, palm oil is really efficient, really safe for the world, safe for the life. So this is the way. If we are do things, try to discuss, make campaign about our environment. It's very important. Next slide, please. Of course, this now the product, anything at the moment, so far just, make a capsule or that's it. I think this I will encourage for us, particularly this indigenous plant I can see from Indonesia, try to make any such a, for the health, and try industry. But of course, it is industry should be manufacturing, should be not easy, good infestation. At least we're starting from the group of farmers, or what you call UMKM in Indonesia, smallholder business, to do in this product. So this is very important. At least the economy can grow from the small group people for this one, and then after the success, try to increase more and more. So I think we are happy for today from the Minister of Industry join with us, so at least can encourage our idea from University Brawijaya to do more for our industry, at least for the small scale, and the future for the big scale of this one. So many things, I can say to you, there are many, when I was a doctor at the moment, doctors in Indonesia now already changing their mind, not by synthetic medicine. They always back to the natural of Indonesia. We never realized this such, I can say the porang export to other country, they make medicine and back to Indonesia. We don't know the content of this medicine. And then finally, this is good for Indonesia. They know this one. So this is a very important collaboration with other country. So we need the promotion. I really encourage for young generation, try to study, in other words, I mean, not of Indonesia, try to Taiwan or Japan. Make collaboration with Professor Nelson at the moment, can support of Indonesia, to open your mind. So how the important, the plant from Indonesia, how important can produce for pharmacological medicine of this one. So there are many things. So I'm not explaining so far, there are many of these products can benefit for our health. You can imagine how important this and how product. The other one is, it is also producing glucomannan. But this is for the colon cancer. This one. So this already commercial in Pontianak, in Kalimantan, they're producing that. But I know in Bogor there's also, but yet been, for the commercial, they just for the home industry, just small scale. There are many also this one glucomannan from this aloe vera. Next slide, please. So this is just giving you how the situation, the export at the moment. Years by year, they always increase. Like here in the konjac chip from Indonesia to China, it is 22, what's called? 2,000 tons, more than 2. Australia, Japan, it is, when you see, it is just in education. Starting for the research, just 5 kilo. Yes, it is 5 kilo at the moment. After they know well, they will import more and more. That's why the promotion is very important. So, like we have the product of this, I always ask to the Minister of Foreign Affairs, to the ambassador, try to promote of Indonesia. But the problem is about technical or scientific base of this, we need support our ambassador. Ambassador has, responsibility to promote any product of Indonesia. The problem is technical negotiation needed from us. So this is very important that in the market access for all over the world. Again, this is we export importer too. China is still number 1. And now come to the United States and others and more and more. In the United States at the moment, particularly the lady, so fat, even the man also so big. This is called obesitas. If you look at what's called Muhammad Ali, that moment, it's more than 100. That time we are, young Indonesian, very thin. It seems like that's impossible to be, in fact, boxing until hippie. But now many Indonesia already, become like obesitas. We need of this one. So that's why our nature already support Indonesia to be healthy people. So already there, but we don't know of this, how to encourage of that one. So this is very important to know what the consignment, what the product of Indonesia. So we should educate the people, the public, what important of this one. Next slide. So again, this is for the what's called. This also export this one, konjac yam. So in Com. So now, because not the only Indonesia is actually producing of this yam, konjac. Our neighboring also produce of this. So I should inform you, if you have any consignment, try to make, it's another idea, try to make what's called DNA mapping of this one. Why? I should say, because for my work at the moment as Indonesian Quarantine Authority, not only protect from the plant pests and diseases, Indonesian Quarantine Authority should protect our indigenous. So not to be going to other country without any agreement, both country, what you call benefit sharing agreement. If you buy from Indonesia seed, when you have get benefit from that, we should have, sharing benefit both sides, make agreement. Otherwise, we lost. So it is really happened when I was even easy to make, what's called tissue culture for the producing any product, any plant from Indonesia can grow everything with under the technology. But if you have this DNA mapping, someday you can complain, this my product. You should buy royalty to Indonesia because we already approved and registered in the what's called patent in Lisbon agreement based on that one. So this is very important for us. Be careful if any such surveillance. Sorry for the Professor Nelson. I should talk realistic in the words, in situation at the moment. Sometimes we make like agro-tourists in Indonesia promotion of that one. Be careful of that one. So that's why in our system at the moment, any plant going out from Indonesia should have phytosanitary certificate. Why of this one? It is to control. If you are not having this certificate, you should come to the jail. because this is to protect people from other countries to take our genetic resources. It has really happened to me. I think a couple of years ago, I went to China to do inspection for the what's called garlic, because we import garlic from China more than 600,000 tons per year. We have problem of that one due to nematode when I was inspect and I collect bulk. Finally, before I leave in my departure to Indonesia, the quarantine in that port asked me, where's the bulk of onion you collected from the field? In my pocket, in my bag. Give it to me. Not a lot to bring out from China. What happened? Because we already inspect together with your senior. No, it is regulation. Otherwise, you cannot go to Indonesia anymore. I said, it's happened like that. So actually, I want to see the nematode, not that. So this is the way how to protect the DNA, genetic resources from China. So this is the way how to protect of this one. So this happened. I have also another experience, land border in Borneo, Indonesia, Malaysia. We have sago, isn't it? Big. So I asked my officer in the Borneo, any movement of plant from Indonesia to our neighboring, you should check 24 hours. Yes, during the day it's quiet, nobody movement. During the night, they bring it. So that's why between Indonesia and Malaysia, not to be informed to our neighboring, just as the intelligence work, they take our genetic resources during the night, even with truck to collect any sago tree, and they put labeling. This is in Malaysian product. You can imagine someday when you are selling the sago to some country, they claim, oh, this is my genetic resources, you should pay. Even we are already 5 million hectares. So this is very important. You should think about that to control our resources. Next slide, please. So this is the commitment of this agreement. Mostly some country, like this Indonesia and China, if we import, China import porang, particularly in cheap form, make agreement. Because in China, no any more inspection. The inspection done in Indonesia based on standard operational procedure of China. The same happen if we import the consignment from Korea, for instance, already approved by the Korea based on our SOP. When come to Indonesia, we are not inspect anymore. Why? Because mostly it is for industry. You can imagine if the consignment double inspection, so the industry will have a problem in clearance, take time, of course spend the money for demurrage cost, because when the consignment stand in the port, pay more money. And also the industry stop for the moment because the raw material yet been coming. So that's why it's for this Porang, Konjac, make a commitment of this, both sides, both leaders, both ministers sign of this one. Of course, we control this consignment based on China standard. Many countries different. China is very strict. For Japan, United States, they don't have any certificate like this. So this, because they think this no any diseases or no problem, because I know Indonesia is no any such heavy metal. They grow in the forest, in clean area, so they don't have any, they don't care. Why they make all this? They already do risk analysis. Analysis not only for this about the pest, but also about the environment, everything they make. Several risk analysis. Take time, of course, at the beginning, maybe 2 or 3 years for doing risk assessment. But the thing of this is very important to give scientific base for they're doing risk analysis. So the coordinating officer cannot do it himself. We need to collaborate. Who work with the Konjac, like Prof. Eddie, Prof. Simon, and other people in university support us for the negotiation of this. So to smooth our export to number of countries. So if we are less data, we cannot export. So this is the way. Mostly, why many scientists working with Indonesia? They will know about Indonesia. Easy for Indonesia if we export to us because they already know how to process Indonesia. If there is no any cooperation, both sides, difficult for us. Next slide, please. So of course, in this agreement focusing on sanitary and phytosanitary. Sanitary dealing with food safety and also about dealing with plant, animal health and also dealing with phytosanitary about plant health. Why sanitary? Some country they're thinking about if you grow up this konjac, you put manure from animal and animal have such disease. Is there any disease from animal can carry up konjac? So if you don't have any such research on this, and they ask you, you cannot answer that. So, okay, wait of this consignment. There is another commodity waiting for us. So this problem. So that's why research is very important. So I'm very, sometimes I'm so sad when this research is very limited budget in Indonesia. So that's why we should promote this one. Research is not as the project for collecting the money. Research is the basic for improve our knowledge. So that's why university brain is the backbone for Indonesia. Without research, we cannot, doing business for the future. It is stop our trade without scientific base. It is very important. So that's why every agreement should be scientific based. Without scientific base, we cannot stop the product. For instance, when we import that time about the apple from United States due to fruit fly. That time, United States say we already do irradiation by gamma. We don't have this knowledge. We don't have any such research in Indonesia. So, and then we just thinking about doing another treatment by fumigation and say, don't do fumigation. Why? Will we spoil my product? So regulation like this, so change your regulation. It is not the right. So when we do research, this is true. We are wrong way to do. So this happened. I still remember in 1983, that time I was starting the work in the quarantine. Our regulation for importing palm oil seed, we should do fumigation by methyl bromide. So because already signed by Minister of Agriculture, we should do. Finally, we do in Medan. So, and then what's called Research Institute in Medan crying, you kill my life. Because we collect seed propagation as hybrid, far away, we explore from the forest. When come to Indonesia, already killed by the quarantine officer. Because the quarantine officer doesn't know, and decision for minister, wrong way to do. So that's why, again, research is very important. Next slide, please. Next. So this is a requirement, like dried sheep should be free from pests. So this is also, I noted from number of countries, when control of the pests like ethylene oxide is not a lot. We use the methyl bromide. Some countries now is prohibit using methyl bromide due to climate change. So that's why we should another way to do. We can use also what's called radiation by X-ray radiation can do. Gamma radiation, some country accept it, but some country not accept it. So that's why the quantity should be rid of that mean totally and full understanding before they're make any decision. And then safe for human health and planet. So this is from the dealing with the food safety. And then dry seed grow process in Indonesia. So dry seed grow and processing in Indonesia. Why? This is very important for the guarantee this product come from Indonesia, no any other country. Because some country they make we are small quantity and then import from other country, process in Indonesia and export this is product of Indonesia. So they don't want to have all that one. Because when they're doing risk analysis, the original from Indonesia, they know risk of Indonesia. When come to the country, they are the risk, so they don't want to make up this process. So this is another way. And then the other one is soil particle. Soil particle any kind of diseases should be in the soil. I think there's also already there in our Al-Quran, they mentioned about if you die from the soil back to the soil. Soil is the naturally of the thing. Anything can survive from the soil, even microbe already there. So we can distinguish where is benefit for human, where is not benefit to human, already there in the soil. So that's why soil prohibited, because when it's contaminated, it's dangerous one for the human or our environment. So there's a lot, not a lot. So every country is really prohibited from the soil movement. So and then the other one is direct, not direct for human consumption, but of course you need the process, because like any toxin, any such a content of the chemical from the porang is not fixed for a human, so we should avoid of this one. So that's why we should try to avoid like what's called oxalate. So this is the one that's not doesn't like for the people. So try to avoid of this. Okay, thank you, Bu. I'm almost finished, Bu. So and then in packing house, this is also under control of us. So everything from the beginning in the packing house, the process of that one also should be controlled based on the requirement of the importing country. We know the standard of this should be hygiene, should be follow the what's called, we should distinguish which critical point by HACCP analytical control checkpoint, and then from that, after we distinguish with the critical point, how to solve this one, we educate our industry to do up this one. So next slide, please. And then this is, I said from the farmers, packing house, all these steps should be registered. Why? It is really very important to trace where the product coming from. You can imagine when this farmer can just small quantity, we cannot make every farmer. So the way to register group of farmers. So this is the way under commitment both country. And then all these things under authorities we ask, and then after Indonesian Quantity Authority is registered from the whole system of this, we inform to the importing country, government of importing country. This is our control. You can see realistic, and they come to check. Okay, we agree with you, go. So this is the commitment government to government. But the product itself, there is also what's called private standard. It's another way, private standard. So I will inform you later. Next slide, please. So this is, like I say, this is the way, is not using palm oil. And the other one is like, this one also should be integrated farming, agro-industry, organic, where is private. I can say it to you. Now, this is very important another way, particularly bioterrorists. I can tell to you what is the relation between food and bioterrorists. Because industry for the food, sometimes they are not really comply with what the government control. Or maybe they want to do something wrong with that country. So we need the food. We import the food. So sometimes they want to make a weakness of their country. They put something in the food, some chemical, it's a really bad effect to human. So the quarantine officer in Indonesia should know how to detect of this one. If there is, because you know, biosecurity, bioterrorist, intended, non-intended. When they intended, meaning bioterrorist. If not intended, biosecurity. So sometimes it's really difficult to distinguish. So and then, this very important point, and all facility process, all these things should be documented nicely. You can imagine for the small farmers, how to recording without any education from us, without any accompany of the authority people, authority government to support of this one. So this is very important. So so this is another one, as I told you, beneficiary agreement. Next slide, please. So this is my suggestion for the next. So like good handling practice. So in packing house, there are some need education, particularly, you know, the group of farmers, they are yet full understanding how to control, how to manage the food. So, and then the other side about dealing with, already done by Prof. Eddie, dealing with different variety of konjac. So another, of course, Another genus should be C, how's the glucomannan producing, we know from Indonesia, because we are still numbers of plant yet been studied, but the problem is how the budget from the research people doing of this one without support we cannot do. And then this also my suggestion about the maintenance supply chain, konjac as healthy food security to end in hunger of this. So we should encourage more and more. So there are many things that we should do for our food security could be done and for people to be healthy. So this is the way, and this is my presentation. So I think thank you very much for us. At least we can see how's the future for Konjac, how the future our economy, how the future for our health, how the future for the food security of Indonesia. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Pak Antonio. Yeah. Then we invite Bu Ratih. Yeah, Bu Ratih, and please show her CV committee. Yeah. Bu Ratih is Senior Industrial Administrator, Ministry of Industry, Republic of Indonesia. Please, times, and please yours, Bu.
Okay.
Yeah, and oh yeah.
Still,
Yeah,
still okay. Okay, still
yeah, yeah.
introduce.
Sorry. Yeah, Bu Ratih graduated, yeah, from. Bu Ratih, maybe you can introduce yourself.
Oh, initially I'm food technologist from IPB University, and then I changed the study to economy from Toulouse School of Economics in France. So become economist and food technologist as well.
Okay. Yeah.
Still have a memory of all these food technology methods, hopefully.
Okay, good. Yeah, please continue to your presentation. Yeah, Bu Ratih.
Okay, first of all, thank you very much for the opportunity, all the honorable source person, Prof. Lin from National Pingtung University, Prof. Eddie from IPB, and then Pak Tarjo for Indonesia Quarantine Agency, Prof. Shinichiro from Kobe, and Prof. Simon for sure from Brawijaya University for already arranged this international symposium related about Porang and Konjac. Hopefully, we can have a ecosystem of Porang and Konjac to develop, right, from a point of view of government, academia, and industry. So today I would like to present the development of small medium industry of Porang and Konjac in Indonesia. Why small and medium industry? Because my role currently also in the Directorate General of Small Medium Industry in Ministry of Industry. So we have two directorates related with this actually. Differed from industrial scale, there's another directorate that dealing with the big one, the big scale industry. So next slide, please. Before we go through the Porang things, maybe we need to know about how the industrial sector performance in Indonesia and the main support to our national economy. So related with this one, the non-oil and gas manufacturing industry is still our backbone of our national economy. That's why government encourage the manufacturing sector, agriculture, and others non-oil and gas processing industry to develop well. And we see in the second quarter of 2024, the manufacturing sector in Indonesia still continues to be the major engine of our national economy. And then the growth is 4.63% for the our economic sector. Okay, maybe this another slide, please. And for sure, the positive economic growth also have a contribution of a small medium industry in here. So before we go through the small medium industry, there is like category of small medium industry in Indonesia. So we divided the industrial scale, small medium industry by the government regulation. So it's based on the capital and also the annual sales. So we call it still small if it is up to 5 billion rupiah is in rupiah, and then 5 to 10 billion rupiah we consider it medium scale industry. So for the annual sales, if it's already ongoing, the business, we have like up to 15 billion rupiahs. In Indonesia is still considered small scale industry, and 15 to 50 billion rupiah is already medium industry. Up there is we already consider the big scale industry. And if we take a look with the number of industry in Indonesia, the manufacturing sector, the number of small medium industry actually 95.74% of the total business unit of manufacturing sector in Indonesia. That's why it's really have a contribution to our industrial sector. And then if you also see the number of labor of Indonesia, it has a contribute for 9.8 million number of labor for small medium industry. So it's quite a lot of contribution for our economics. And for the output value in last 2024 first quarter is 3.69%. So it's quite a lot contribution for our GDP. Okay, next. This is the map of our small medium industry distribution in Indonesia from all commodity. So if we see from the total 4.1 million small medium industry in Indonesia, mostly we still located dominantly in Java Island. So still Java is the most industrial location. It is small, medium, or also large factory still in Java. Concentration. Okay, next. And then this is some of overview of a potential of Indonesia flour-based local food materials. So today maybe we talking about Porang and also Konjac, but however, there's also some others unutilized Indonesian flour base that we can develop. There is like ganyong, hotong, some is cerealia, some is tuber, and then konjac is also, konjac iles also some of the underutilized, maybe not many of us do some research also or optimize the potential of this Indonesian flour base. And mostly it's not only in Java, but also it's in another island of Indonesia. So because there is a lot of academia here, Prof. Simon, Prof. Edi, and maybe Ibu Rodia, maybe you can also explore more about our indigenous flour. We have sagu that Pak Tarjo already mentioned before, also breadfruit, taro, banana, and also job tears. Cassava is not really utilized well, not really optimized well. Maybe some of the students here also never heard the name or don't know how is it look like, right? So it's another challenge for us actually. So if you have do research in this, let us know, and then we can collaborate more. Okay, next slide, please. So we do already have some program and also facilitation for small medium industry in general. So for example, like we have some special allocation fund for the development and revitalization of small medium industry centers. We call it in Indonesia Sentra Industri in a region. So we have like a transfer fund to the government of a region to do some development from the SMI center in their area, something like that. And then we also have a technical assistant, business assistant, and also network development, how we can match some market, the potential market, and those who produce the raw material, and then we do some business matching, something like that. And also we have some HACCP, that mentioned before by Pak Tarjo, right? Some some product, particularly for the food product that we would like to export outside, need some hygiene and food certificate, food hygiene certificate. One of it is a hazard analytical critical control point certificate analysis. So we did do some facilitation for small medium industry to have this one HACCP certificate. And then also we have some technology and also production capacity improvement through machinery. The machine can be grand in the grand form if it is to the some group of small medium industry, or if it is like a small medium industry individually, they also can have a grant. We call it restructurization facilitation for machinery. So it's like a reimbursement program. For example, one SME already buy a machine, say it like 1 billion rupiah, and then if it is the machine is from the domestic manufacturer, we reimburse it 40%. So they get it like 400 million rupiahs back, cash back. Or if it is like, if the machinery is from import, they have like reimbursement 25%. So it's our effort to have like increasing the productivity of small medium industry, and also how they can modernize their machinery, something like that. And also we have a like partnership with some other industry, big scale industry, and also other, it's like a hotel, restaurant, or cafe that need some product, food product or something like that related. We also have kind of a business matching as well. Okay, next. So if we talking about Porang potential, because I'm the last source person, maybe some already have introduced what is Porang and something like that. So basically, but it's still like a niche market actually. Not many people know Porang, although there is like some symposium or something like that, but not really many people know about where they get Porang, where they can utilize this one, how we can optimize Porang, something like that. Even know how is the Porang tuber is not many people know about that, something like that. And then so it's one of the tuber plants, and it's very important carbohydrate actually, namely glucomannan, as I mentioned before. So it can use in the form of gel, stability, thickness, and is for the water absorber. And for sure, Porang also has a rite resistance in a disease in weather, as already mentioned by Prof. Eddie before. Is actually very indigenous plant related with the plant itself, because the disease resistance is very good actually. And also it also can be grown under stand of as intercrop between annual trees such as teak and saingon. So it's very potential actually for the plant itself. And if we talking about the Porang derived products, it can be for food, cosmetic, and also chemical. For food itself, in Indonesia we produce a Porang flour. There is like also some manufacturer also Porang chips before Porang flour, and also glucomannan extracts, but not many manufacturers produce this one. Some big scale company already try to produce the very downstream products such as like shirataki noodle, konjac, and also boba. You know, boba for the drink is very, I think we quite a lot have it in some drink in Indonesia, especially Taiwan. I think a lot of boba in Taiwan, right? And then also for diet supplement, because as the economic studies say that the calorie is 0 is very good, right? For me, and some people they would have like a diet, something like that. And also the glycemic index is very low. And for cosmetic, it's also there is a lot of cosmetic actually. manufacturer looking for this porang flour and glucomannan especially, because they do it for end product for facial cleaning granules, face masks, skincare, or something like that, and beauty jelly drink, maybe those that serve this morning. I don't know if it's content for beauty purpose or not, for the jelly drink, and also tablet filler, and also binder for the manufacturing sector. And also for chemical, it's a lot of use for adhesive materials, and then edible coating, edible film, waterproof coatings, textile industry also use this one, but not explore a lot yet. And also microbial growth medium and others. Okay, next slide, please. This is some preview of a porang and glucomannan industry in Indonesia. So Indonesian porang tuber production is, latest data I have is 2023, actually reached 210,000 tons. But almost 90% of it is processed into porang chips and export for the export purpose. So we export mostly in the form of chips. So we are not really utilize well the potential. We are not really added more value to the porang itself, because it's just chips and then we just export. Even not many that export in the form of porang flour or glucomannan, something like that. And then if the industry grows well, we have projected to like 1 billion tons in 2045. So it's depend on the situation. So if a porang process industry itself in Indonesia, for the porang chips industry, we have like around 21 industry, our latest data, 21 until 25 actually for porang chips industry. So the production capacity is around 22 point something thousand ton yearly, but mostly it goes for the export. For 20,000 ton yearly is also goes for export. And for the glucomannan flour, it's not many industry that played in this area still, because of the issue of inadequate technology, investment changes, and also some market barriers. Only 6 that we find that process porang into glucomannan flour. So the production capacity is not a lot, since it's only like 6 industries. It's only like 1,000 ton yearly. And then mostly it's used for actually for domestic manufacturing purposes, for the glucomannan flour, and then others is for the export. And for the user industry, that's why this is I asked initially, do you have any research related about porang for the usage of pharmaceutical, cosmetic industry, or paper and chemical industry? Because why? The farmer, yes, can plant a lot of porang tuber, but for sure they need a market where they can sell. Those that absorb more is, yes, food industry and beverage, but those that absorb more is the industry of pharmaceutical, cosmetic, and others. Even paper industry and chemical industry actually need more about these products. That's why, but the research in that area is, we really have a lack of this one. So last time related about pharmaceutical and cosmetic, there is some big industry in Indonesia for skincare or something like that. Ask for us, do you have like very good source of glucomannan or something like that for their skincare product? And then we even looking for until Korea, some researchers, something like that. So if Brawijaya or other university in Indonesia, IPB University can help us and then do some research, we truly appreciate it. Because now, Prof. Simon, there's still a lot of import to meet their specific specification for having like this kind of skincare or cosmetic, particularly for face masks, because of the stretch or something like that, yeah, the fiber, and then, yeah. And then for the paper and chemical industry, the estimated needed ton yearly, we already meet some manufactured for paper and chemical industry is the highest one actually, 25,000 ton yearly for this one. So Porang is they already know actually, but they still on development, on research and development. So Porang is very good in terms of fiber thickness or something like that. The paper is very suitable for the paper for certificate, legal people, paper, something like that. But they do still some research how to make it suitable in the terms of specification of the paper itself. So the research is still ongoing. If you have a researcher in this area, cosmetic, pharmaceutical, and paper chemical, please do let us know. Maybe we can have a domestic academia rather than we should contact others from a foreign or something like that. Okay. Next. This is some overview and challenges of porang processing in small and medium industry development. First is raw material availability. So the availability of raw material is still fluctuative. There is time, 1 year, all the farmers all plant these porang tubers. And then there is time when the prices of the raw materials goes down, nobody wants to plant porang. So it's, the raw material is quite fluctuative. So the industry cannot do something like that. We need sustainability of raw material, the quantity. And also with certain specification is what industry needed. And then the second is machinery and technology, especially the technology challenge for the development of a glucomannan flour. So it's still, we think, is still minimal. I don't know, we still not linkage with researcher or something like that. But industry, so this is still a minimum, the technology and the machine and the technology. And then for sure, the challenge is about the HR competency, because we talk about small, medium industry, so the human resources still need to be strengthened, especially if lack of the implementation of standardization of food safety system. The previous one, Pak Tarjo said, if you want to export for food product to China, if it is in the flour or chips, something like that, you still need to imply the food safety system, something like that. But then if you go to the farmers, you still see how they not really implement that food safety system. So we really need to support them. Sometimes when you go to the farmer, and then why the microbial count is really high, for sure, because they still like when they drying the chips, they just put it in the soil with a cover of plastic and then dry it with natural drying. That's why we have a lot of facilitation actually for post-harvest also, so that the farmer can implement the food safety system. At least they have like suitable drying machine, or in some places where the electricity is not really compromised, we facilitate some solar dryer dome, something like that. And then some other challenges are about the selling price. We know like the price is quite fluctuative. There is time the price of a porang tuber from the farmers is quite high, like above 12,000, something like that, and suddenly goes down only like 2,000 or 3,000, something like that. So that's why the farmers don't want to plant this kind of a plants anymore. But the industry is still searching actually. So that's why we need to have a market to where they sell this tuber or they sell this derivative product. Okay. Oh, 5 minutes. Okay, 5 minutes. Okay, I try to speed up. Okay, next. Okay, this is for the data of the global trade. So the glucomannan business, if we talk about glucomannan, actually the world is currently still controlled by China and Japan. China is 60%, Japan is 20%, and the others. So last time the porang chip export from Indonesia is closed on 2020, maybe 2020 to like 2021, because export to China as main place to sell the porang chips and flour. So it's at that time causing the oversupply of porang in Indonesia. So why after that it's right to open again the export with a requirement that the Indonesian industry when export can apply the provision of GACC, General Administration of Custom of People Republic and China. So after that they can export again their porang chips and also porang flour to China as one of the main place to export this product. Okay, next. So we have mapping some problems and also how we overcome. So for the processing of porang plants by SMI, for sure we need to pay attention for food safety system. That's why we have a lot of facilitation in food safety system and also food safety certification like HACCP. And also there's also the problem of still high oxalate is the obstacle of small-scale porang industry processor. They not really can do this kind of extraction or have a result or less oxalate content. So maybe if you have a machinery or technology that can implement in small, medium-scale industry how to help them to do like reduce the oxalate content is very useful, I think. And also for the equipment also they still have the traditional and manual equipments. That's why we have particularly like a couple of years ago we have a lot of facilitation of a machine and equipment to the industry, small scale industry, so they can process porang, at least become porang chips or porang flour. So they not only sell the tuber, but they can have another added value for their product. And also the problems is domestic porang derivative products. This as mentioned before, particularly for the industry of cosmetic and also paper and chemical industry. So we need a lot do have a cooperation when research and development related with this, how we can optimize porang for the industry. Okay, next. This is another challenge for the how to we develop porang. So there is like declining interest of farmer to plant the porang because the price is quite fluctuative, so they don't have a guarantee to plant or to sell the porang tuber. So that's why we really encourage the downstream industry to produce more or process more, so at least they have a place where they can sell their product in the terms of tuber, flour, or only chips, something like that. And also the technological challenges also face like this one. Some of the machinery we still import. Actually, last time when we facilitate the small medium industry, we still import the machine so that the machine that can suitable for small medium industry. There is some domestic machinery manufacturer, but it's not really suitable for small medium industry. So if you have the list of the machine that we can have need to provide for the small medium industry, please do let us know. Okay, next. This is like some strengthening program for small medium industry. So we have a lot this machinery, facilitation of machinery, development of a small medium industry center, and also some facilitation with a business matching with the market. But when we come up with a business matching, is like I said before, like skincare or cosmetic manufacturer asks for this kind of specification, and this producer, our domestic producer cannot fulfill the specification, and again, some of the product they need to import. So we really need how to meet the specification of a domestic manufacturer of a certain industry that use Porang and Konjac. Okay, next. This is a SME center. We also have some facilitation for SME center. So it's like a group of small medium industry, at least 5. So it's easier for us to do some facilitation. We have this one in East Nusa Tenggara, and also we have this one in Banten and then all the facility and also all the machinery we are facilitated from the government. But again, they only able to produce chips and flour, cannot until the glucomannan itself. Okay, this is the SME center. So we have, if you have would like to collaborate, we can have like some pilot project in some our small medium industry center. For the Porang, the SME center is in Banten and also is Nusa Tenggara, but it's not really optimized well because yes, only until the capability only until flour and also chips. If you have a technology until glucomannan that can suitable for them, so please let us know. Okay, I think that's all our presentation. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for Purati. Yeah, we had the 3 fantastic speakers. So I open for discussion. Who have a question? Yeah, Pak Haji, please. Yeah. Okay. The mic come for you.
Okay, thank you, Bu Roti. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My question to Bu Rati. I'm very happy and become more enthusiastic because after your presentation, actually, what we think about the development of konjac industry in Indonesia, you already presented, and is it possible that we have like more focus, like I don't know what the name, like focus group discussion that we can discuss more detail about this challenge, because actually we can develop like a machinery to produce konjac flour, for example. Before, this is the main issue of our research center, but now we already can produce the konjac flour. I think UP is the first university that can produce the konjac flour. But now we want to develop further. We want to develop glucomannan, and then we can. My student now try to make konjac flour that more suitable for the industry, that easy to dissolve, for example. And then we can make many product actually. My benchmark is Japan, for example. They have a lot of product that using konjac. From rice, for example, my benchmark is Manan Hikari. It's actually the industry in Indonesia. I mean, Otsuka, for example, they produce the Manan Hikari. That's why when we have the I'm Here project at the time, we propose konjac rice, and then now become already real in industry. And when my student joined IU Force, Professor Lin, they got gold medal. What the product is, we combine konjac with sagu. Burate asked, how many percent? We can use only 2% of konjac, and we can mix with remaining starch. We can use sagu. We can use starch, for example. And also, Takarazuka City Mayor, for example, Tomoko, I don't know, I don't know, I forget his name, but I think Professor Kuroki know because in Kobe also, they buy the konjac that produced by konjac rice, konjac noodle, produced by the Ambiku. And the main ingredient is not konjac itself, but the starch from tapioca. Yeah. And we can mix with other flour that already presented by Burate, yeah? Any other flour, and of course the characteristic of the product will be changed, but we can develop many. And also for the cosmetic, for example, in Indonesia not yet developed the cosmetic, but if we search in the internet, in Japan, in China, they have a lot of product. Yeah. And then my student also now try to use the tobacco, the waste of the konjac industry that we can use for fermentation industry, for ethanol, for etc. Yeah? So as the Pa Eddie presented in his industrial tree of the konjac, it is very, very big opportunity for Indonesia. But usually researchers don't know who, to whom they talk. And I think Burati is a good partner that we can work together, Prof. Simon. Yeah, yeah. This is the point. Thank you so much. I want your comment, Burati.
Okay, thank you very much, Pak Aji, for. I think it's a very good opportunity for us where we can meet the academia. They do a lot of research. I meet Pak Edi, Pak Simon, and all of these people that do a lot of things of research related Porang and Konjac. So now we already know where we were to ask or with whom we collaborate. Related with machinery is like a machinery that we already bought previous years ago, like when there is time when our president have a national program related to development of Porang. So during that time we don't have a source where we can find it. So maybe by the time we already know where we can buy machinery to have like facilitate either for small medium industry or the big scale one industry, because we are Ministry of Industry, for sure we should have like both now from e-catalog, something like that, but all the certified machinery that produced by domestic manufacturer. So it's very good for us as one of the source. And the second is if we can explore more about underutilized crops, like in terms of tubers and also cerealia, sagu and other things, iles and anything that may not utilized well currently, maybe can be like 2% of a konjac and other percent of the sagu. However, the main point is the taste, and it can be accepted by the society, the people, the consumer, because sometimes we like forcing. It is healthy, more healthy, use konjac and others non-gluten free, something like that, but the taste is not really good, so it's not really marketable in the market. So it's also very hard for us to do marketing or help the industry to something like that. So that's, I think, is very important. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Burate. Any question? Or there is a question in online. Yeah. about the BPOM, yeah, from Pak Sugeng, yeah. What is the prospect of konjac glucomannan to be registered as a BPOM product derived from the Porang plant? Is there an expert who can help us to arrange BPOM for konjac glucomannan based product? Yeah. Maybe
Yeah, Pak Sugeng, thank you for your question. Actually, there are, for the processed product should be registered by POM, a pressed product by quarantine. So that's the way. So I think now it's not to be complicated, I believe, because already commitment from the government, all registered by online. So try to communicate by BPOM for this, how to, just put question or who the right person can help you. So that's the way. Because particularly it is for full industry product like glucomannan. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Pak Antario, for your answer. That's. Do you have any question? Yeah, Bu Mufida, please.
Okay, thank you very much. I would like to ask to Professor Eddie, based on your explanations about your research about porang, is there any research to distinguish healthy porang and infected porang until now? Yeah, I mean distinguish in industrial process. Yeah. And also for Dr. Antario, I would like to ask about the DNA mapping, about how to protect the indigenous plants, because in biology, in our study program, we are really concerned about biodiversity. So would you please explain to us more about that? For example, we've already had the DNA mapping, so what should we do after that? Yeah, thank you very much.
Yeah, please, Prof. Eddie. Yeah, one question from Mufida.
Thank you very much, Ibu Fida, for your question. Is there any method to distinguish between healthy and infected tubers? So actually, from morphological appearance of the tubers, it's very easy to distinguish whether the corm is infected by some disease or not. As you see in the background of the banner, you see the background of the banner, there are corms, okay? So in this picture, I notify some gall, some swollen part of the skin. And in my understanding, it may be a kind of nematodes. And when we open the galls, inside some rotten insides. And actually, the rotten part is how to say, the loss of the fibers, loss of the glucomannan. So that's why we should concern about the healthy one, because when the tuber is infected by the disease, some disease is very, how to say, smart, because they only eat glucomannan. But yeah, we not yet identify the particular pathogen, what kind of that for the disease that only eat the glucomannan. I think it's very interesting one. And in my opinion, the rate of the infected one is spreading out. I visited Madiun several times for the field in the forest. And at that time in 1998, I already notified some goals on the skin. And when I visited the most porang field around Indonesia, in Java, Sumatra, Kalimantan, and also East and West Nusa Tenggara, we notified that the disease already spreading. So that's why if we have a variety that tolerant to such disease, it will be beneficial to improve the biomass of the porang. And I think improving biomass is the only way to increase the farmers' income, because so far about 15 to 20% biomass is collected from fresh tuber. So if we able to increase the biomass, at least comparable to cassava that Bu Ratih already mentioned as a primary source of flour, I think it will be, how to say, give farmers a significant increasing of income. That's all. Thank you, Bu Vida.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Edi. Then for second question.
Thank you, Bu Mufida. How to doing the DNA mapping? This is the PCR work mostly. So let's see. I don't know whether how the primer that we can have it first. So I think what we should do, try to make comparison, particularly the plant as its compost, the consumption, like what's called the yam from the like a what taro, yes, from taro or other kind of the product, plant product. There is can be to distinguish between of this, and then actually even the same species, when they grow different area, it could be different how the compose of DNA itself. So try to make doing a PCR. The problem is, of course, they need the budget of that one. So it is very important. Nobody, so far doing of this if they are not supported by the budget. So that's why some quite often we lost the genetic resources, and we cannot complain about this due to the beneficiary sharing of this one. Even in the Lisbon Agreement, so every country should make what you call the patent. Like for instance, we have another commodity I can say, coffee from the Aceh. Even they already famous, but yet been done for this, this DNA mapping. Actually, should be done by the Ministry of Agriculture. So I try to do, but so far, sometimes they say, so we are limited budget, so another priority to do, because it is less priority just to help for the farmers, not to be in this work of that one. So and then maybe I can support what the Pa Edi asking about the symptom like cough. This particularly soil borne. So when I talk to you dealing with the what's called the agroforestry or mixed integrated farming, so the habitat of this what's called porang, there are in the forest in organic matter. So you can have a look how's the ecosystem there. Many of the plant, even the grass, live together surrounded that one. So it could be many microbe can, as antagonistic each other. So there's also control of this pathogen. So sometimes, the people always make clean without any such a plant surrounded this konjac. So it could be they're changing the micro ecosystem. So this more dominant, when the more dominant or pathogen, they can survive more, no any control by naturally. So that's why it is happen. Particularly, the farmers, like when they use the pesticide, it's happened, like in Lampung, due to the coffee, but I can tell another commodity, just giving the idea. They are not naturally work, they just herbicide application. So any pathogen grow or survive in the soil. So that's why another pathogen survive and then they attack the plant itself. So that's why sometimes we think about like our old people doing like naturally seems like not common practice. I want to clean the garden. That is not the right actually, you know. So every environment should be keep maintained like naturally happen. So this is realistic in life actually if you know about the ecosystem of the plant. So this is my idea to talk to you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Pak Antonio. Then maybe continue to the the online participant ya. Ada Bu Nur Haya. Ya, please Bu Nur Haya, open your mic. Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Rodiati, SCNC. I address this question to Professor Edi Santosa. My question is about the dormancy break for Porang. So based on the presentation that the agricultural manipulations could only possible to make the plant green for over the years, but only 10% of it. So my question is, what's the factor influence the dormancy the most? Because this plant looks like the dry season is triggering the dormancy. So is it possible the watering can break or postpone the dormancy? Or maybe Professor Eddie could suggest or recommend any other possible treatment to break or postpone the dormancy. And second, as it's mentioned in Prof. Eddie presentations, that this plant naturally reproduce through corm, bulbil, and apomictic seed. It's mean the genetic diversity is narrow. Is there any is there any research result that showing the compare that compare the genetic diversity between different regions in Indonesia? Like, is it the genetic between Porang in Java and South Sulawesi is identical, or is not confirmed yet? And if we want to doing research in genetic diversity in Porang, is there any marker that Professor Eddie probably could recommend us to use? Thank you, Prof. Eddie. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, Prof. Eddie,
Thank you.
please.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Ibu Nurhaya. So one about dormancy. So in Porang, we notify some dormancies. One is a dormancy that happen as we call in agriculture, in general agriculture, as after ripening. So when the product is just harvest, sometimes it shows dormancy. But actually, in physiological terminology, we call that as after harvesting dormancy. We not consider that as a true dormancy. The second one is a dormancy that induced by drought. Yeah, that's right, Ibu Nurhaya. So we already investigate. We plan different time. So just like a planting date, and then we observe whether the plant able to grow at any time. Yeah, actually, when we postpone the planting, but it's how to say, fall altogether with drying season, they all become dormant. So it means that dormancy actually is induced by drought, by dry condition, soil dry condition. And we already tried to do experiment, watering experiment, and when the plant from the very early stage We plant continuously and we supplement water continuously, even during dry season. But the dormancy is not skip. So it means they still enter dormancy. I think maybe some signals. And we try using potassium nitrate to stimulate Mullery as stay green. And our success rate only about 10 to 15%. So, for example, we had more than 1,000 plants, and we treat with the kalium nitrate solution, different concentration, and then only about 10% is survive continuously until the second year. The other one enter dormancy. So in that case, we suspect that maybe your hypothesis that Amorphophilus mulleri could be have some genetic differences, could be, but I try to check the data of genetic diversity studies in Thailand and as well as in Indonesia. Actually, the plant, the porang in Thailand is descendant from Indonesia. I checked there. I checked to Chiang Rai, northern part of Chiang Mai, and I say that ask to the local community where you find this tuber. They said we have a donation from Indonesia, maybe about 1980s. So they plant, and we check the genetic diversity between Thailand and Indonesia and realize some different bands when we use molecular markers. So maybe if plant is planted at different region, the how to say maturity of pollens and stigma could be synchronous. In most cases, in Amorphophilus, is a dichogamy. Dichogamy means pollen and stigma mature at different time. And when it mature at the same time, maybe there is a chance of a pollination. Maybe. This case is already investigated in Amorphophilus penifolius. Yeah, I travel from northern part of India and Thailand up to Australia about the suwak, Amorphophilus penifolius. And in some region, even in Indonesia, like in Lombok, we find some seeds. But in other part, there is no seed. And we check the stigma and pollen maturity. And in this area, the stigma maturity at the same time. So it means that in Java, maybe the synchronous is unlikely, but in other part, in Lombok, it's likely synchronous. So maybe you will find some diversity. Yeah, we check the flower characteristic and we found the diversity, but our hypothesis not yet concluded. And you may use previous papers. I already published some molecular markers in note of ecology, ecological note, Journal of Ecological Note. Now is a Journal of Ecology. You may find some, I developed some primers that might you use. I think, yeah, maybe I already answered all your question. Yeah, water cannot suspend the dormancy, but we supplement with the kalium nitrate about 2%, 2 to 4%. Some is a skip dormancy. So you may continue that research.
Thank you,
Very
Professor Edi.
interesting.
Thank you
Yeah,
very
very
much.
interesting.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Remind me, Prof. Edi, that I also did some research to for the dark and light treatment to break the dormancy of the tuber. But like your result, that the porang show the such kind of the biological time. Yeah, they such kind of the 5, 6 life and 6 months alive and 6 months dormant like that. So this is still in our study. Yeah, so we can maybe collaborate in our research how to make porang more productive. Yeah. Okay,
Thank you, Bu Rodia.
thank you very much.
My pleasure.
Then maybe the time is over. Yeah, I'm sorry that maybe our discussion have to continue to the maybe next time. So thank you very much for all speakers. Very insightful idea. Thank you very much for all. I close the plenary season. That continue to give the appreciation for speaker. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Check. Ladies and gentlemen, we have now come to the end of the second plenary session, and then we have been privileged to hear from our esteemed speakers today, and then was insight info about the porang itself. And then on behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to express our sincere gratitude to Professor Dr. Edi Santosa from IPB University, and then Mrs. Pratiwi from the Ministry of Industry Republic of Indonesia, and then the last to Dr. Antar Jodikin from the Agricultural Coordinating Agency Republic of Indonesia for sharing their valuable knowledge and perspective. And then your contribution are essential to the ongoing dialogue on the advancement of the Porang and Konjac research. As a small token of appreciation, we would like to present you with a souvenir symbolizing our thanks for your participation and for making this session so impactful. Therefore, I would like to invite Professor Simon to come to the stage. Oh, okay, that's all. Please come to the stage to Mr. Antar Jodikin first. Yeah, dari sana, from that side. Yeah. Maybe first to Mr. Antar Jodikin. Maybe take a picture first. 3, 2, 1. All right, and then for the gifts, please. Goodie bag, please. This one, semuanya sama. Dua. 2 pack. All right, give applause. And then the second one to Mrs. Ratih Pratiwi. Please come to the stage. And then 3, 2, 1. All right. And then for the goodie bag, team, could you please zoom the camera? Oh, okay. It's okay. All right. And then we would like to take a picture together, and then with our online keynote speaker, please. I think we already set for the keynote speaker online keynote speaker. Mrs. Mufidah, please come to the stage. Yeah, take a picture together. Yeah. All right, team. Please take a picture for the with for the online in the Zoom. Okay, I will guide for the countdown. 3, 2, 1, cheese. All right, once again. 3, 2, 1, cheese. All right, thank you so much. Please give applause to our keynote speakers. All right. I would like to re-invite Mr. Professor Dr. Edi Santosa to come to the Zoom meeting again, and then we would like to present for the certificate as our giving and token of appreciation. Please, team, to show the certificate, and then this is for our token of appreciation. I'm sorry for the second spot to Mr.
Thank you very much.
Please wait.
Oh,
Prof.
okay.
We still set for the layout. Yeah, please wait. All right. And then this is for our token of appreciation and our thanks to your participation for our symposiums today. Okay,
Thank
maybe
you very
team,
much.
could you
Yeah.
please take a picture, take a screenshot? It is done. All right. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, Prof. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our morning program. We will now take a break for the lunch and duhur prayer. Lunch will be served on the in front of this room, and then we kindly request everyone to return to this room in 1:30 p.m. for the afternoon session of or the parallel session. Thank you and enjoy your break. Cek Bapak dan Ibu sekalian dan Mbak bisa mulai makan siang ya yang ada di luar. Dipersilahkan. Check, check. Check, check.
Team, may I start for the presentation right now? Alright. Alright. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the parallel session as part of the International Symposium of Porang and Konjac ISPK 2024.
Recording in progress.
Alright, I will start again. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the parallel session as part of the International Symposium of Porang and Konjac ISPK 2024. My name is Danila Kafarudin, and I'm honored to serve as moderator for this parallel session. In this session, we will explore about the Porang for the from the several presenter. And then before we begin, let me remind you of housekeeping rules. Is speakers, you can present your presentation in 15 minutes, and then we have 5 minutes for the Q&A session. And then for the other participant, if you have a question, you can raise your hand, whether you are on site or virtually. All right. We will start with our first presenter with the name Miss Riza Nancy Marantika. Is it the online or, oh, all right, thank you. You can come to the stage and then come to the podium. And then Tim, could you please start show us the presentation? Miss Riza Nancy Marantika will present her paper or her research with the title Genetic Variability of Porang Amorphalus muelleri bloom in Timor-Leste based on morphology and ITS2, TRNL, and MET-K molecular markers. Are you ready? Okay, you have 15 minutes for your presentation. You can start right now. You can turn on your check. Yeah, yeah, you can start. Yeah. Oh no. I think you can tell us about to next to next. Yeah. If you want to use this pointer, yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to say thanks to ISPK to this opportunity. Today, I am Riza Nancy Marantika. Will present about our research entitled Genetic Variability of Porang Amorphalus muelleri in Timor-Leste based on internal transcript spacer2, TRNL, and MET-K molecular marker. Porang, Amorphophallus muelleri, has been widely cultivated in Timor-Leste since 2017, when the export of porang chip reached 568 tons. Thus, the export of porang chip in Timor-Leste may creating new opportunities for regional economies and supporting effort for economical in Timor-Leste. But the porang studies in Timor-Leste are still limited. The increasing demand for porang tuber may encourage large-scale cultivation. This can affect the supply of seedling from other population, thus strengthening the local wild variant of porang in the region, especially Timor-Leste. The combination of morphological and molecular marker can be utilized to study the genetic resources of Amorphophallus muelleri. A study of Amorphophallus muelleri in Java indicated the presence of genetic diversity. In addition to genetic diversity, the previous study identified the most prominent morphological character in Amorphophallus muelleri population was the pattern and the color of the petiole. The three molecular markers, including ITS2, TRNL, and METK, were used for analysis at the intraspecies level of Amorphophallus muelleri. And then this study aims to examine the genetic diversity of porang in Timor-Leste. And then the exploration of Amorphophallus muelleri in Timor-Leste covered 6 locations. This is Aileu, Likisa, Ermera, Bobonaro, Manufahi, and then Manatuto. And then morphological observation of Amorphophallus muelleri consists of 10 individuals from each location. It have been done by the Cruz et al. 2024. And then for the DNA extraction of Amorphophallus muelleri using 1 individual from each location. The Amorphophallus pionifolius, Amorphophallus bulbifer, Amorphophallus konjac, and Amorphophallus sumawungi from gene bank were used as outgroup. This is for the morphological characterization observed included 27 traits, such as plant height, canopy width, the shape, surface, diameter, circumference, and weight of the tuber. And then the color, surface, pattern, shape, height, circumference of base, mid, and tip of the petiole. And then the color, shape, surface, width, length, and number of venation of the leaf. And then the color, shape, surface, amount, circumference, diameter, and weight of the bulbil. And then this is for the DNA extraction, amplification, and sequencing. The DNA extraction started with cutting leaf in small pieces, and then the 0.1 gram of leaf sample homogenized in liquid nitrogen. And then for DNA extraction using CTIB method. And then quantitative test using nanodrop, and qualitative test using 0.8% agarose gel electrophoresis for to know the purity, concentration, and the quality of the DNA. And then the amplification using specific primer for each molecular marker. And then the purification and sequencing were performed in first base DNA sequencing Malaysia. Next, please. And then in this table mention the specific primer and PCR condition for each molecular marker, ITS2, TRNL, and METK. And then the data analysis, the DNA sequence were examined using Gene Studio software. And then the similarity of sequence with the database were assessed using BLAST program in NCBI. And then the sequence alignment, the phylogenetic tree construction, the genetic variation analysis, and the haplotype network generation were performed using Mega DNASP and network program. And then the phylogeny constructed using 3 approaches: Neckber joining, maximum likelihood, and maximum parsimony, with evaluated based on 1,000 bootstrap replicate. Next. This is the result, the morphological character, according to the Cruz et al. 2024. The 27 morphological traits exhibited similarity in color of tuber, leaf, and bulbs, surface, shape, and petiole pattern, while differences were apparent in morphological size parameter and petiole color. The porang petiole of Aileu, Bobonaro, Ermera, Manufahi, and Manatuto, which is A, B, C, E, and F, has a green color, and then the Likisa has a dark green color. The petiole pattern of all population in Timor-Leste was white prismatic pattern. Next. This is for the genetic variation. The ITS2 molecular marker produced more varied sequences among the three barcode, followed by the RNL. The METK produce long line length, but have much more monomorphic site. This was consistent with the previous study that coding region have more invariable site than non-coding region. This is suggested that ITS2 as a non-coding region have low functional constraint, which cause ITS2 sequence evolve more quickly. Next. This is the haplotype analysis. The haplotype 1 until 6 are Amorphopalus muelleri from different location. Haplotype 7 is Amorphopalus peonifolius. Haplotype 8, 9, and 10 are Amorphopalus bulbifer, Amorphopalus konjac, and Amorphopalus sumawengi respectively from gene bank. Haplotype 1 is the Amorphopalus muelleri, and then the haplotype 1 is Amorphopalus muelleri from Aileu, and then haplotype 3 is Amorphopalus muelleri from Ermera. Haplotype 4 is Amorphopalus muelleri from Likisa. Haplotype 5 are Amorphopalus muelleri from Manufahi, and haplotype 6 are Amorphopalus from Manatuto. In this, haplotype 5 showed that Amorphopalus muelleri from Manufahi have a higher variable site than the other Amorphopalus muelleri in Timor-Leste. The haplotype diversity value was 1, indicating the high haplotype diversity. This high value implies that the planted seeds are genetically distinct or native in each location. Next, please. This is the phylogeny of 10 samples using METK, TRNL, and ITS2 with a 1000 bootstrap replicate. The Amorphopalus muelleri cladding in clade 1 and then divided into 2 subclades. Subclade 1 is Amorphopalus muelleri from Aileu, Ermera, and Likisa. And then the subclade 2 is Amorphopalus muelleri from Manatutu, Bobonaro, and Manufahi. The three approaches, which is ML, NJ, and MP, revealed consistent or almost the same phylogeny, just differences in bootstrap value. And then the Amorphopalus muelleri in subclade 1 from Aileu, Ermera, and Likisa clustered based on geographic proximity, while Bobonaro, Manufahi, and Manatuto have a considerable distance area. The genetic distance value between Amorphopalus muelleri range from 0.001 until 0.006, indicate the close kinship, and then the grouping is not based on similar morphological character. As we know, in the previous study, Likisa showed different prominent character that has a dark green color petiole, but clustered with Aileu and Ermera in subclade 1, and then both of them have a green color of petiole. Next. So the last is the conclusion. The first morphological characteristic of Amorphopalus muelleri from Timor-Leste population have different quantitative and almost similar qualitative characteristic, except the color of a petiole that is a green and dark green variation. And then the combined ITS2, TRNL, and METK molecular marker among 6 Amorphopalus muelleri in Timor-Leste produced 1,598 invariable site, 102 variable sites, including 40 singleton and 62 parsimony informative sites. And then for the haplotype, show 10 haplotype 1 until 6 are Amorphopalus muelleri from each location in Timor-Leste, and then the haplotype 7 is Amorphopalus pioneifolius. Haplotype 8, 9, and 10 are Amorphopalus bulbifer, Amorphopalus konjac, and Amorphopalus sumawungi respectively from Jinbang. And then the porang from Aileu, Ermera, and Likisa clustered based on the proximity of geographical location, but didn't cluster because of the similarity of morphological trait. Next. I think that's all about my presentation. Thanks for the attention. I return back to the moderator.
Okay, thank you so much for your wonderful insight and then for your wonderful presentation. Now we would like to give the opportunities to all audience to ask to our presenter. Anyone? Yeah. Please, anyone help?
Okay, thank you. Nice presentation and maybe a nice finding for Riza. Did you compare or did you analyze the genetical variability in Timor-Leste with genetical variability of porang in Java?
Yes, I did. I compared the genetic variability of porang in Timor-Leste and porang from Malang population, included 7 population, and then from Bojonegoro and from Bawean.
So how did you result? Is it also show distance, significantly distance in genetically, or just narrow such we how to say we listen from Prof. Eddie this morning that he didn't find the big distance genetically distant in Indonesia. So what's your opinion about that?
My result compared the porang from Timor-Leste and Indonesia showed the genetic distance, the low genetic distance. So the similarity is high, almost 90%. But it's genetically distinct. There is no similarity 100%.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, for anyone else, especially for the online participants, please raise your hand. Anyone, team? Or no? Nothing? All right. Maybe the question from me, I would like to ask you about the urgency of your research. Why you choose Timor-Leste for your geographically research? Why you choose Timor-Leste instead of Indonesia to identify the diversity of porang?
Actually, I do research in Indonesia too, Malang, Bojonegoro, and Bawean. But as I mentioned in this research background, that the study of porang in Timor-Leste are still limited. Just one research about the morphological and the nutrient of porang in Timor-Leste that that published in journal in 2024. So we want to investigate the genetic diversity in Timor-Leste now.
All right. And then may I know, for your perspective, especially, is your research already cover all the diversity of porang in Timor-Leste? Since I see that from your presentation from the map, it is just cover I think a bit maybe small area for the Timor-Leste. It's already cover all the area of Timor-Leste for the genetic for diversity of porang.
Yes. can you please the slide of the map in Timor-Leste? So we choose 6 districts in Timor-Leste. The plantation in the Bobonaro district are situated in the western part of Timor-Leste. And then the Likisa is the northern coastal area. And then the Ermera district also in the north, and the Aileu in the southwest. And then the Manufahi is positioned in the southern, and then the Manatuto is situated in the central. So it's covered all of the Timor-Leste.
Oh, I see, I see. Thank you so much for your wonderful insight.
Thank
All right.
you.
I think it's already enough for our first presenter. Thank you so much. Please give applause for our first presenter. Oh, online? Oh, I'm sorry. We have online online presenter that has a question for you. Maybe for online participants, you can turn on your microphone and then you can talk to us, and then you can present your question. Okay, time is yours.
Thank you for the chance that given to me. I'm very interesting about your research topic. I want to know if there are any. It's your research, including. I mean, are you looking for a difference, like altitude, like the higher level in different geographical area? I mean, did you distinguish between mountains or lowland? And is there any difference genetic variability? I mean, between different level of height where you found the Porang? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. These 6 locations have a different altitude. The Manatutu have the lowest altitude, is the coastal area, and then the Aileu have the high altitude, which is 794 meter above sea level. And then the differences in the variable side didn't influenced by the elevation, but the abiotic factor is influence the nutrition of the porang, such as the glucomannan, the fat, protein, carbohydrate, and other.
All right, thank you. Maybe for
Okay.
Okay, it's already enough.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so very much for your question. Maybe we can end this session for the first presenter. Thank you so much. We will move to the next presenter with the name Mr. Sugeng Mas Hudi, with the title Utilization of Porang as an Innovative Herbal Therapy for Schizophrenia. Mr. Sugeng Mas Hudi, are you already here? Are you already with us? Okay. I think
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. All of audience, this time we would like to explain our research. The title, Utilization of Porang as an Innovative Herbal Therapy for Schizophrenia. I'm Sugeng Mas Hudi, and this research, the other researcher, Mrs. Laili Israel, Nahwa Widyaningrum, and Dianita. We are from Universitas Muhammadiyah Ponorogo. An introduction, the people diagnosed with schizophrenia and prevalence of metabolic syndrome, it was reported to be 18.2%. The prevalence of metabolic syndrome was shown to vary from 4 to 26% in drug-naive people. Whereas it was found to be anywhere from 11 to 89% in medicated patient in study that use cross-sectional design. But only a little of the population with schizophrenia, konjac glucomannan, or porang is an effective ingredient in lowering cholesterol. We have porangku is an herbal medical product with a basic ingredient based on konjac glucomannan. This is a picture for the umbi porang. Side, this is a plant of konjac glucomannan. For material and method in our research, our research week for a week KKM program outcome were measured both before and after single group pre and post experimental. A variety of strategy was used to recruit participants, including a letter of invitation. This is three eligible criteria or inclusive criteria and beside exclusive criteria inhibitory to complete the data collection form. For eligibility criteria or inclusive criteria, the cholesterol above 200 milligram per dl, the age more than 20, and willing and able to regularly consume porangku, one capsule every day for 4 weeks. This is a result for 15 people schizophrenia with hypercholesterol pre-test and post-test data after analyzed with a statistic with have significant the value of P 4.006. This is a mechanism of action konjac glucomannan for lowering cholesterol. This is described KKM inhibitor reduce enzyme activity by blocking cholesterol production in the liver and promote weight loss. KKM and cholesterol or anti-cholesterol have research by Zhang and co-worker Alvil and Burdin and Liveri et al. This is have a result that konjac glucomannan or KKM significantly decrease at the end of the trial for cholesterol. Research positive impact KKM and cholesterol by Cicero 2021, Sukma Suti 2022, and Onak Poya 2014. This is a picture of our product Porangku, new herbal therapy based on konjac glucomannan, product by research from Universitas Muhammadiyah Ponorogo Indonesia is able to improve the condition of people hypercholesteremia, exactly for schizophrenia. Conclusion, the feasibility of our 4-week Porangku intervention was investigated in this study, discovered that intervention was agreeable to participants and the result in substantial improvement in cholesterol. Acknowledgement for the research, DPRTM as founder of Applied Research, Riset Terapan 2024, and semua dia Ponorogo. That's all our presentation. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
His research with the title Formulation and Evaluation of Gluten-Free Noodles using a combination of sago flour, mocha flour, and garut flour utilizing the extrusion method and biodegradable packaging. Maybe Tim?
Okay.
Okay. Wait a minute. We still process your presentation. Still process to show your presentation.
Any presentation?
Please wait a moment, sir. We still proceed your. All right.
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Firstly, I would like to thank the International Porang and Konjac Committee of Brawijaya University. My presentation is still limited to initial research regarding gluten-free noodle formulation. The title of the research is Formulation and Evaluation of gluten-free noodle with a combination of sago flour, mocha flour, and arrow root flour using extrusion method and use of biodegradable packaging. And the author Rahmat Santoso, Dadi Supriyadi, and Pramesti Aulia Hanisa for Bhakti Kencana University. The research method used consists of collection of material, extrusion tool optimizing noodle making procedure, noodle formulation and evaluation, and test evaluation. Collection of raw material for sago. Sago flour waste obtained from Bangka Asindo Agri, mocha flour, porang flour, and moringa leaves were obtained from Lingkar Organic Indonesia, Sleman, Jogja. Optimization of extrusion tool. This study is using semi-automatic noodle extruder equipment. Optimization is carried out using a cylinder tube shape mold. In the first experiment, the mold used was small and the resulting noodle were not perfectly trimmed. For the second experiment was carried out using a large mold and produced a long strand of a noodle and not easily broken. And the optimization of a noodle making procedure. Optimization is making a noodle with a combination of sago flour, mocha flour, and arrowroot flour. Arrowroot, the name is West Java is the Garut, yeah, Garut. waste experiment 2 times. Formulation and evaluation of noodle, making combination of sago flour, mocha flour, and arrowroot flour. The noodle used as a positive control noodle made from 100 sago flour. Combination noodle of sago flour, mocha flour, and arrowroot flour were made with 5 formula with different percentage of flour can be seen the table for 1. Formulation evaluation of noodle. The organoleptic aspect tests are color, flavor, in texture, and look. For example, formula 3, color yellow brown, flavor egg specialty, in normal, texture chewy, look cylinder. Elongation 700, cooking time 191, and dry loss 4%. This is evaluation test. Physical characteristic based on result of the elongation analysis show that the noodle with formula 1 have highest elongation value. This is formula 0. And this cooking time formula 2 is the high. And chemical characteristic formula 3 moisture content and drying shrinkage in minimal 4%. Good moisture content for dry noodle based on standard national Indonesia is below 1000. And evaluation test based on hedonic test, gluten-free noodle color. The description is made the scale strongly dislike, white like, and very like. The evaluation test, hedonic test. Gluten-free aroma noodle. For the example of formula 3, describe strongly dislike, quite like, and very like. Gluten-free noodle texture is the formula 3, and hedonic test gluten-free noodle look. For the example, formula 3, hedonic test for gluten-free acceptability. A conclusion, based on the research result, it can be concluded that 1. The extrusion method, extruder technology can be used to make noodle with raw material of sago flour, mocha flour, and arrowroot flour. 2. The 5 noodle formulas are acceptable overall, with formula 3 is the best noodle formula based on the result of the cooking time test, dry shrinkage, and hedonic test. And 3, gluten-free noodle can be packaged with eco-friendly packaging from environmentally friendly material. That's all my presentation, and it's time for me to return into the moderator.
All right, thank you so much for your presentation. Now we will move to the Q&A session. Anyone from here or from Zoom that want to ask to our presenter? Maybe to Mr. Rahmat Santoso, could you please to turn on your camera so we can see your face clearly?
Okay, thank you very much.
We really appreciate if you want to open your camera. All right. Anyone else here that want to ask to Mr. Rahmat Santoso? Yeah. All right. Maybe if, the question is from me. I would like to ask you about the main materials of your of your noodles. Why you choose that kind of combination? I think you combine the how to say, you combine the porang flour with the sagu flour and mocha flour and the garut flour. From my perspective, you choose the garut flour. It is a local wisdom. And then why you also choose the sagu flour and mocha flour in your formulation?
Oke, terima kasih atas pertanyaan. Boleh saya jawab dengan bahasa Indonesia?
Yeah, you can. Yeah, you can.
Oh ya, jadi sebetulnya ini hasil riset yang kita gunakan dengan menggunakan kombinasi berbagai tepung, di mana tepung itu tentunya tidak berasal dari gandum, bukan tepung terigu. Kita manfaatkan tepung yang indigenous Indonesia. Contohnya tadi ada tepung sagu, ada tepung garut, kemudian tepung mocha. Kemudian ada 3 kelompok lagi yang menggunakan kombinasi porang, namun sayangnya sudah dipresentasikan pada seminar internasional lainnya. Jadi saya ini mengambil topik yang sudah tinggal sisa saja. Tapi inti dari riset ini adalah bagaimana kita memanfaatkan indigenous raw material Indonesia yang harusnya kita bisa dorong sebagai afirmasi bangga buatan Indonesia. Mungkin seperti itu landasan bijaknya. Jadi jangan nanti kita tergantung pada produk impor, nanti suatu saat gandumnya tidak lagi diimpor, atau ada embargo, atau ada perang dunia dan sebagainya, kita akan kelimpungan. Maka ini adalah salah satu challenge bagaimana ketahanan, kemandirian terhadap pangan Indonesia bisa diwujudkan. Mungkin seperti itu.
Okay, thank you so much. Terima kasih. It's already clear for me. Since we don't have any participants that want to ask to our presenter, we will move to the last presenter for this symposium. We have Miss Dewi Yuliana is already here. Miss Dewi?
I'm here.
All right, thank you so much. Miss Dewi Yuliana will present her research with the title The Utilization of Porang Flour in Cookies for Anemia Prevention. Are you ready to present your presentation?
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
We still proceed your presentation. Please wait a moment.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I would like to introduce, presentate my project. This is one of my project in community service, maybe totally different with the first speaker who bring the project research. I will introduce my one of the activity in my community service is that utilization of porang flour in cookies for anemia prevention. One kind still ongoing is a project of the formulation of losio leaves porang and cookies combination flour and flour porang and morinanga calor uh, uh, floor. But right now, is already done. This is, as we know, porang is a type of tuber that is rich in iron, which is containing of the 4.06 milligram of iron. Porang can be processed into flour, which is serves as an alternative base ingredient for cookies. A good intake of iron can be obtained from food rich in iron, one of which is the porang plant. As we know, Amorphalus morelli. Porang is a sort of glucomannan in Indonesia and a potential agent for diabetes mellitus treatment, a part of konjac. And then maybe considered glucomannan source Indonesia is higher glucomannan level 60 and 40 60 to 80%. So from this literature, we try to make cookies from porang in order to as one kind of the diversification food that containing iron and low level glucose, as we know the function of glucomannan. And then the utilization of porang as flour serves as an alternative based ingredient for cookies. As a form of dedication and support for the government program on synergies and sustainable collaboration between university, community, and industry for the advance of Indonesia. So we have a partner with the women's farmers group as collaboration in the transfer of knowledge and technology. This includes processing porang flour into useful and economical valuable product. So the objective of the activity of community service is one is providing education about the benefit of the porang processing in terms of the personal health, environment impact, and economic potential. Second, offering training on producing porang flour as an alternative base as ingredient for cookies. And the third, assisting partner in utilizing porang plants effectively. And then we can show this is our documentation when done activity of community service. This is a cookies based on porang flour, and this is our how to educate the community, and then do some post-test and pre-test, and we got a result. After education, we found that there are a different knowledge, significant different knowledge after post-test and pre-test, and then they have more knowledge about the utility of porang and how to make diversification food for porang. Yes, and then this our activity are published in Abdimas Galuh with the title Socialization of Diversified Porang Flour into Cookies in PKK Group in Padingin Village, Sanrobone District, Takala Regency, South Sulawesi, Makassar, Indonesia. Yes, I think that's all my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, thank you so much for your such a wonderful presentation. Maybe for other participants, would you like to ask to our presenter, the last presenter, maybe? Anyone? All right. Maybe the question is from me. Actually, this your research is really related to me since I already I already makes I have make the cookies from the porang flour when I'm in the bachelor degree. I would like to ask you, uh, are you also identify the how to say the taste of the your cookies from the porang flour? Since I know that the cookies from porang flour is not that it's not that really yummy or that is really crunchy. So I want to ask you about the quality of your cookies that that made from porang.
Okay, thank you for your questions. Yes, it's okay. I explain in Indonesia.
Yeah, you can.
Okay, this is ini pertama yang proyek pertama yaitu menggunakan hanya porang. Jadi pada saat itu ketika kami melakukan observasi atau pelaporan, nah disitulah kami ditawarkan untuk mengurus paten, yaitu paten sederhana. Dan dalam paten sederhana itu membutuhkan uji hedonik yang seperti Bapak tanyakan. Jadi untuk proyek selanjutnya yaitu untuk porang gabungan cookies porang dan tepung kelor itu sudah kita lakukan uji hedoniknya karena kami berencana untuk membuatnya menjadi paten sederhana dan itu dibutuhkan data tersebut dibutuhkan untuk kami apply dalam pengusulan paten sederhananya. Jadi untuk uji hedonik tapi bukan di base pertama yaitu untuk khusus porang. Di uji hedoniknya itu yang kita lakukan pada saat sekarang yaitu menggabungkan tepung porang dan tepung kelor.
Okay, thank you so much. Maybe I would like to ask again. Maybe I would like I will ask you in Indonesia to make it easier. Jadi untuk penelitian Ibu sendiri ini fokusnya itu untuk pengelolaan porang sendiri atau lebih ke how to say pengolahan porang untuk memanfaatkan atau menambah nilai atau value added dari porang itu sendiri atau ingin membuat suatu produk yang sehat dengan menggunakan porang. Karena kalau misalnya menggunakan porang sendiri yang saya tahu karena saya pernah membuat itu rasanya kurang cukup tidak terlalu yang enak-enak banget tapi memang harus ada penambahan bahan-bahan lainnya dan juga pasti ketika kita membuat cookies dari porang menurut saya pasti tidak jauh-jauh dari makanan yang sehat atau rendah gula itu sendiri. Nah untuk pembuatan cookies Ibu sendiri ini nanti apakah juga akan memperhatikan terkait gluten free, terus glycemic index dan lain-lain atau tidak ya?
Ya baik, terima kasih atas insight-nya. Mudah-mudahan kami bisa mengarah ke sana. Memang tujuan akhirnya adalah bagaimana kita mengolah porang ini karena memang sebenarnya dia sudah terpublish bahwa dia sebagai makanan yang sehat. Nah itu yang itulah yang ingin kami improvisasi sehingga benar-benar bisa diterima baik dari segi sehatnya maupun dari segi rasanya. Terkait itu kami sementara ini melakukan 2 proyek. Jadi ada proyek yang untuk diversifikasi pangan, ada juga yang kita melakukan riset langsung misalnya membuat formulasi losio untuk tanaman porang ini tuh sendiri. Jadi kita mengembangkan dua topik. Jadi ada topik untuk community service dalam ini pengabdian kepada masyarakat. Bagaimana kami mengedukasi masyarakat bahwa ini loh tanaman porang ini benar-benar penting dan bisa ternyata dimanfaatkan sebagai sumber pangan. Selain itu kita juga aktif melakukan risetnya di skala penelitian seperti itu. Harapannya mudah-mudahan bisa semakin banyak data-data yang kami peroleh terkait porang ini.
Alright, thank you so much for your insightful presentation and then for your answer. Now, since we already had for all presenters already present the presentation, now I will present the closing statement for this presentation for this parallel presentation. Yeah. Porang and Konjac hold immense potential in agriculture, industry, and health sector. And I'm confident that discussion we have had today will inspire future collaboration and innovation in this field, especially for the Porang and the Konjac itself. Maybe that is for me. We still has the closing ceremony, and then we will. We have a break for a moment in 10 minutes, and then you can come back to here in 10 minutes. Thank you, and then wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Check. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the International Symposium of Porang and Konjac ISPK 2024. Now, I would like to announce for our best presenter for our International Symposium today. And then, all right. Wait a minute. All right, and then for our best presenter for International Symposium of Porang and Konjac 2024 goes to Mrs. Riza Nancy Marantika. All right, maybe Mrs. Riza Nancy Marantika, please come to the stage, and then we would like to take a picture. Maybe Tim, could you please any goodie bag? Ada. Please come to the stage. Maybe Mrs. Mufida, could you please present for our best presenter? Bentar, masih diambilkan. Ya. Yeah. Alright, I think you already get the seminar kit, but since you are the best presenter, we would like to give another seminar kit to you as the appreciation. Alright. Alright, thank you so much. Please give applause. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, as we officially close the International Symposium on Porang and Konjac 2024, let us carry forward the knowledge, idea, and connection we have gained over this part of few days. On behalf of Universitas Brawijaya and Porang Research Center, we thank you once again for your participation. And we wish you safe travel and continued success in your endeavor. Thank you, and we hope to see you again at our next symposium. At our next symposium. Thank you, and wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Music. Cek, please pause the video. Alright, kepada semua peserta, karena makanannya masih banyak, silakan bisa mengambil coffee break lagi karena masih banyak. Kami sangat mengapresiasi kalau peserta membantu kami menghabiskan makan yang ada di sana. Baik, terima kasih. Setelah ini acaranya sudah free, bisa bersantai. Kalau begitu, ya. Bisa makan, kalau mau ada yang mau makan lagi, boleh.